Well, hello everyone, for definitely the first time tonight. We are here to play something that I hesitate to even associate with the wonderful, beautiful Story Brewers game called Good Society, which is a game of uh, Jane Austen esque manners and miscreants and scandal, etc. We have hacked it to bits into something slightly different. We have stripped out some of the card based mechanics that are very difficult to replicate on stream when you're not in the same room together, and also added layer upon layer of complexity in the core conceit. A little bit of background. So the this is in a some sort of historical, vaguely English era. Who knows? Sometime between the Restoration and the P.G. Wodehouse kind of 1920s. I don't care. I mean, if Bridgerton doesn't have to be historically accurate, neither do we. It is, however, set in an aristocratic country home. It is populated by a variety of different tropes or archetypes of both aristocrats and servants, and those that are somewhat in between. And each player has a couple of characters. They have their primary character, which is their aristocratic persona. And then they'll be playing a character that is in some way connected to that aristocratic person. And that additional player is often a downstairs style character, but it could be somewhere in between. That is to facilitate, we will have scenes that are upstairs, we will have scenes that are downstairs, we have scenes that mix the various different personas, but that way no one has to be left out of any particular scene because they don't have an appropriate person. Like if we want to have a scene in the kitchen, it's very unlikely that the lady of the house is going to be having a conversation about the rumors in downstairs about her own family in the kitchen. So we will run this kind of like we did with Fiasco, in that we'll just call for scenes. I'm mostly here to facilitate and play some cast of other characters that aren't covered by the players, but my preference would be that most of the work is done by you. And just remember, it's collaborative storytelling. And I'll repeat for the audience the one kind of real mechanic, and that is the determination token. So I've awarded each player 2 determination tokens. There are a couple of ways that players can use determination tokens. One is to manifest something new into the world, something new and meaningful. Like not like, oh, I have an extra pair of gloves in my handbag. That's immaterial. But something ideally designed to advantage oneself or disadvantage another, preferably disadvantage another. The other way you may spend a determination token is to offer it to another player to do something rotten to them, to reveal a secret or to put them in a compromising situation. And in that case, there is a bit of a negotiation in that you offer the trade, because determination tokens are rare and quite powerful. They can affect reality. You offer the trade, and the person you offer it to can simply accept it. They can accept it with some conditions, or they can decline. And you have to respect their decision. We'll be treating boons and banes in much the same way, as simply additional determination tokens that can be available to the players, or in the case of banes, to me, to justify the rotten things that I do to these people, or just sit back and enjoy watching them tear each other apart. Hey, who would like to start and tell us about yourself and your primary character and their connection?
I
Tough.
can start.
Oh, no, Misha. Good. Misha, do
I'm
it.
super tough. My primary character is Lucy Flamel. She is the eldest daughter of the house. Her mom is Nora. Which way? This way, down here somewhere. And her younger sister is Melanie. She has recently returned to their home in England after studying in Paris, presumably to get away from something that happened in the past. She's practically old maid now at like 21-ish or whatever. So she's pretty sure her mom wants her to get married, and she's pretty sure she wants more money to continue living the bohemian lifestyle that she discovered while in Paris. You know, arts, fun, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know, right? That's ancient. 21, so old. The other character connection is Miss Mabel Hopewell. She is the head housemaid, the steward of the household. She is definitely old, in her upper 20s. Has worked for the house, I pretty sure, for quite some time, at least like 10 years. They took her in pretty young. So she's familiar with the family and caring for them, etc.
Yes.
Likes the position that she is now in, recently promoted.
Yes. And she is, perhaps, was your governess, yes? When you were a bit younger?
That seems reasonable, yes.
And if, in case you're wondering what a, 29-year-old lovely young woman is doing being the head housekeeper at a fine country estate, so is everyone else. It's a bit scandalous, especially for the other members of staff who felt that they were in line. They were owed the position of housekeeper, because this is one of those in-between roles that has a lot of influence over the household. So at least the downstairs and maybe some upstairs folks are somewhat scandalized. The tongues will wag with regard to how it was that Miss Hopewell achieved her position.
Yes, she's single, you know.
Yes, and quite lovely. although ancient at 29, she's still quite lovely. All right, Katie, you're up next.
Hi. So my upstairs character is Melanie, the younger sister of Lucy and the youngest daughter of Lady Nora. I'm gonna put her at 17, so she's not quite getting married yet. It's coming up. It's coming up really quickly.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah, but she's so focused on taking care of her sister and her mom. But she's entertaining suitors. Like, she's just playing the long con and putting it off as long as she can, because she's got to take care of her family and make sure that Lucy has money to spend and doesn't spend it all. So the connection is Miss Ella Daniels. Just kind of like I don't know if, I guess, governess or lady in waiting turned just simple maid, but she's kind of like her secret collector to help stay on top of everything going on. Melanie always tries to find out what's going on, and if there's a scandal, try to combat it before it can ruin them. Yeah, like a personal maid.
Like a lady's
and
maid.
She's probably 18, 19, closer to Melanie's age as well. So whether they grew up together or not, or met through other circumstances, it's not really clear to anyone outside of Melanie. But she kind of helps her keep in the loop.
Excellent. A bit of a muckraker, shall we say, Miss Daniels. Wonderful. Wonderful. Ada, good to have you back.
Thanks. So I am playing the lady of the house, Nora Flamel. I'm the mom of two very difficult young ladies, Lucy and Melanie. If only we can get them married and get them sent off and on their merry way, and then I can be one happy mother. The staff keeps me busy, especially when the husband is away. Lots of difficulties, lots of trying to keep high society happy, keep my house running, and just making sure that we are presenting ourselves in the best possible light at all times. It's very important. My connection would be Mr. Dithers, which is our family gamekeeper. He is an older gentleman, probably late 40s, maybe early 50s, very rough around the edges. Kind of gives like scary old man vibes sometimes. He knows a lot. He knows the grounds inside and out. He has keys to places that other people may not necessarily go, and he does things that a lot of people would get really squeamish having to do. So, but he helps keep food on the table for the family and the staff. And I'm very interested to see what he knows and shares with others.
Well, I'm sure he knows where all the bodies are buried. Figuratively.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And welcome back, Warwick.
Hi. So I'm only here because of my accent, that's it.
Yeah, typecasting.
It's fine. It's great. But yeah, I'm Warwick. I am playing two characters. So my upper one is William Dartmouth or Dartmouth, not Willy Wick, although I'm sure that will become canon soon. Thank you, Tough. I'm playing the socialite. So basically doing everything I can to get into good company with people around me. I'm the cousin of the lady of the state. And just, I would say probably like 21, I would say. Engaged as well. And just trying to make the most of the company and just get as high as I can within society. Cousin of cousin. For now. And then I'm also playing his brother, Henry. Henry Dartmouth. And he is well, am I meant to tell you my secrets or
Not necessarily. Well, I'll forget the fact of the brother. So tell us about Henry.
Yeah, let's tell about Henry. Okay, so scratch that. So Henry is playing a servant, helping out the manor and stuff, and scratch whatever I just said before that moment. But
Circle of trust.
Circle of trust. There's some secrets that he might be looking out for himself rather than for everyone else potentially. But that's the thing. All I can say for now.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Tough.
All right, and I am Tough. I am playing Eliza, or Elizabeth Dawson. She is the cousin, multiple times removed. Don't look too closely into the family tree. She has just arrived at the manor and is looking to get swept off her feet by whoever may suit her. She is accompanied by Mr. Alan Burton, who has his own motives for coming with her. He is kind of standing in as a bit of a manservant type of deal, but has kind of allocated himself more so to the house and let the lady maids take care of Eliza. But, he's got his eyes set on a multitude of possible ladies around the house that he may be able to entice into upping his station.
Excellent. Well, there's no shortage of attractive marriage potential in the house, for a young man at least. Lucy, of course, as the elder child, stands in line to inherit a substantial fortune, or at least that's what the rumor mill says, but is also viewed as somewhat ungovernable. So there might be a bit of a situation there. But Melanie comes with a significant kind of allowance and certainly would be a wonderful catch. Unfortunately, anyone who marries one of the Flamel daughters is going to have to deal with Nora as a mother-in-law, which I'm sure will be completely fine and wonderful. So yes, all right. Well, I am very curious about what your individual reputations are in society. I would ordinarily ask you about that, but I would rather ask one of your fellow players to define it for us. So, Lucy, please tell us some 100% positive, not awful, and potentially damaging thing about Melanie.
Oh, well, okay. So I think Melanie worries far too much about whatever this family is doing. We don't need to worry about Dad's business. It's fine. We don't need to worry about whatever Mom's handling. It's fine. Mom, sorry. She has to find another interest of something. All she does is look after the books, I guess, in the house, which seems entirely boring if you're to ask me. She's looking at numbers, for goodness sake. Horrible. We don't need to worry about that. Witchcraft.
Yes. It sounds to me like you're saying that Melanie is both an insufferable, well, it's certainly an insufferable busybody.
Yes.
Verging on a liberated woman.
I know.
With ideas about having a career of her own. That should definitely help her find excellent suitors.
Oh, yes.
All right, Melanie. What wonderful things do you have to say about Nora?
A lovely mother who cares very much about her family, but maybe easily distractible, if not just sometimes a little absent from certain familiar obligations.
So, running the household into the ground.
Maybe less of that and more of just not overseen as diligently as she could.
So, a bit too liberal with the servants.
Yes.
Maybe Nora needs a man about the house to put the household aright.
Yeah, if only Dad would come home, but she doesn't like to talk about that for whatever reason.
Oh, and then there's the mysterious disappearance of Lord Flamel.
I think Melanie is a super Dad fangirl and wants her father home, so yeah.
Real shame about that disappearance then, huh?
Yes. So Nora's just a bit vague and was definitely not involved in the mysterious disappearance of Lord Flamel. Excellent. Who would ever dare say such a thing?
Money keeps coming in.
Right. Money's coming from somewhere. Excellent. Well, Nora, tell us about William.
William is a strong young man that has so much potential ahead of him. So much so that I would say he is one of the favorite cousins in the family. Whether he knows it or not, with his arrival and me being as stressed as I am with my duties, and having such a difficult daughter, Lucy, it would be a terrible shame if I was required to write off an inheritance to a male heir.
Ooh.
I like it.
Ooh. So he's a bit of a potential dark horse.
Wait just a second there.
I like that. That was excellent, Ada. You stuck it to 2 players.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you.
Multitasking, I love it.
Excellent. And William, what kind things do you have to say about the lovely Eliza?
Probably my favorite cousin out of all the cousins, I think. I think growing up like kids and stuff, sort of always like good memories and stuff. And it was always the one that I could sort of trust the most and felt like understood each other, I would think. Even if our paths might have gone different ways, I think like there was still that family bond that got us into trouble when we were younger a little bit. And even though we might have drifted apart sort of last few years, it's always good to see them at like these events and stuff, because you know you can sort of get away with a bit more than with some other people potentially.
So she's a free spirit.
I would say so, yeah.
Almost as bad as being a liberated woman. Excellent. And it might also be that to give Tough a little bit of narrative room, it might be that you knew each other as children.
Yeah.
But then upon being reintroduced, maybe there's questions as to whether that familiarity remains.
So if I can input. I was thinking maybe there was another Eliza, and William just thinks I'm that Eliza, and I'm not.
Yes, exactly.
That'd be, yeah, 100%.
Remember that time when we went swimming?
Yeah. So we kind
yeah.
of borrowed another cousin and kind of forgot that other people knew who that cousin
Right.
was.
Exactly. Exactly. Wonderful. Well, Eliza, we can't leave out Lucy. I mean, everyone adores Lucy, obviously.
Obviously.
So tell us why everyone favors Lucy.
Well, Lucy is obviously incredibly gifted in the creative arts. But Paris is just so salacious and lewd that I fear that Miss Lucy may have gotten caught up in some of the more risque side of the arts.
I see.
Which could be incredibly damaging if, say, somebody else was looking to get the fortune.
Yes. Perhaps there is indeed an exhibit in some gallery in Paris of a young woman scantily clad that looks remarkably like Lucy. It'd be a shame if anyone were to procure that kind of portrait. I don't know, hang it on the wall during a grand ball, something like that.
Yeah.
So let's just say, in addition to being ungovernable, she hasn't necessarily always shown the best judgment.
Yeah.
All right, but a dear, anyway. Any man would be lucky to have her. Well, excellent. Well, tell us about the Flamel estate. And this is just...
It's not on fire right now.
Yeah.
Definitely not right on fire.
So clearly a country estate, yes. Probably been in the family for centuries. Does it have anything unusual about it?
Maybe like a pond with a little boathouse for boating and mild swimming. I don't know. Are we allowed to swim?
Of course.
It's our estate. We can do what we want.
Yes.
What will the neighbors think?
They can't see us. This
I
is
would say we don't live close enough to people to have neighbors, dear.
Yes, exactly.
yeah. When we visit, we get in the carriage and we go.
Yes.
And someone has dropped off the visiting card already.
Excellent. So we have a little, we'll say there's a pond with a little island in the center with a little folly, which is a favorite place to go to have picnics and swim and share secrets away from prying eyes. It's a lovely location for some scenes. What else?
Flower gardens.
Yes.
A
Extensive
lot of
gardens.
flower gardens.
I think they have become less and less kept as time goes on. So the farther in you get, the wilder the roses are. There's a maze, obviously. Yes, very simple.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there definitely is a maze.
And perhaps they've been allowed, the gardens have been allowed to proliferate in an unsuitably modern way.
With statues in the maze and gardens. Cat spooky.
I mean,
Turn
completely
around
normal amount of statues.
Yeah, normal amount, yes.
Normal
Like
amount of
at
statues.
least 50. That's a normal amount, right?
Normal amount, right? How many statues could we need?
Well, what if we got like another 50? It's like a BOGO deal, you know?
Oh yeah, I know some people in Paris who are sculptors, so we could definitely commission some more.
Actually, what the
know if
garden is full of is all of Lucy's art. They're like, oh, that's wonderful, dear. And
Oh, it's beautiful. We'll stick it out in the garden.
yeah, we'll stick it in the
But it's a
middle of the
watercolor.
woods.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why we keep it untamed, because we don't want anyone to see it. You did great, honey, but the neighbors, you know?
Yes.
We have company.
We have company.
Anything else particular about the setting?
I think maybe we said that Lord Flamel might have been interested in exotic animals. So there might be a few of those still located on the grounds.
We just have like a zoo or a stables
Yes.
or both.
I think it's
Yeah.
mostly like an aviary is
Yeah.
most of them, because I feel like that's fashionable, because then you can also get feathers for your hats and things.
Yes.
But also most of them are probably gone, but I bet there's like a small zoo building in which there is a bear.
Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps
This
a monkey.
will be important later.
It's a monkey.
Yes. Yes, of course. For maximum chaos, there must be a monkey. All right. So then we can easily introduce exotic animals. And we can introduce the aviary and also the various different pens, the maze, the overgrown rose gardens, the boathouse. We have a number of different, and also the little picnic island with the folly. We have a number of different locations in addition to the standard, grand ballroom and sitting rooms and things like that, ladies' chambers, gentlemen's chambers, and then of course the downstairs, the kitchen and the various different pantries, etc. So, with all that in mind, I propose we start with an upstairs scene. And why not just start with breakfast? So, various different servants that we probably don't care about unless someone wants to introduce them as a character, have served a buffet, because of course, and the various different players are arriving for breakfast. How do each of you present yourselves? So as you enter the room, describe how you choose to present yourself. And we'll say it's summer and it's the typical thing where cousins and dependents from all across the country have been invited to come and stay with the family. So
What sort of time is it?
well, it'd be quite
For
early.
breakfast.
Well, let's say this would be something that Nora would dictate.
Okay. It is 7:30.
And is the expectation that people arrive promptly?
Absolutely. With myself at the head of the table.
Of course.
Melanie's dragging Lucy out of bed.
Yeah, Lucy doesn't really appreciate mornings, I'm sure. But they're expected to be there, and I think since there are guests here, Lucy's at least putting in a little effort to wear a nice summer day dress to start the day off with, and so on, I presume. And by she decided, I mean the servants have laid out the nice summer day dress that she was supposed to wear today, and she is dressed. So I presume Lucy and Melanie enter arm in arm.
Of course.
Yeah, dragging slightly.
Excellent. Well, who is next to arrive?
I think Eliza probably is very keen to be there on time. She's trying to make good impressions. So she is dressed appropriately, is like probably being a little too cautious in how she's walking and making sure that she's got the right posture, but she might be going a little too far, so she has to keep fixing it. So it's a little awkward but presentable.
Excellent. And how long do people wait for William to arrive?
I mean, it's got to be probably at least about 15 minutes, I would say. When I sort of roll up. Yeah.
Excellent.
Just looking around.
Well, what happens when William rolls in 15 minutes late for breakfast?
I mean, I'm good. So
I'm gonna look over at him and just kind of like tisk under my breath.
oh, don't be like that. It's fine. It's only 15 minutes late? It's fine.
15 minutes is 15 minutes, Mr. William.
I'm here now, aren't I?
I'm sure you'll be right on time for your funeral then, won't you?
Hey. No, that's it. I had something to say, but I forgot.
Bit extreme to jump to funerals, Mother.
Well, Melanie.
15 minutes.
It is only 15 minutes, and then you'll be like your sister, and it'll be only 21 years, and then here we are, still in the same boat.
I think she's doing okay, relatively.
Have you looked at your sister this morning? Because I beg to differ.
Yes, she is quite beautiful, the gem of the family.
Reminder, Lucy is sitting right there.
I'm just gonna glance over at Lucy and just go, a gem indeed, Melanie. Thank you for the reminder.
Anytime, Mother. I'll always help you remember things you forget.
What a great breakfast.
Oh, gosh.
Eliza's
I
just
was not
sat there,
prepared
just not
for
saying
this
anything.
assignment.
Pastries are lovely this morning, may I just say. This is
Aren't they
truly
just?
the best breakfast I've had since leaving home.
Absolutely. Eliza, darling, please make sure that you're using the tongs when grabbing the pastries. We don't use our fingers. That's how they get sticky.
Oh, come on. It's part of the fun with the food, isn't it? Come on.
William, you must behave.
Fine. All right. I'll shove a pastry in my mouth and sit down.
Oh, you children, I swear, I do not know how I can make it another day with all of you.
If you'd like to retire, we can arrange that.
Retire! If only I could retire my poor nerves.
This is a really good breakfast, thank you.
Eliza, how was your rest? You just came in yesterday, right?
Oh, yes, I slept quite well. The bed was very comfortable, and the accommodations are astounding, of course. I would expect nothing less.
Take note, girls, that is a lady that truly understands when something good has come her way.
Yes,
Right.
very good.
Right, Mom. Exactly.
And where is home again, Miss Eliza?
Oh, yes. I apologize. I'm just so homesick for the estate that I left behind. You know, my poor parents. They're probably worried sick about me right about now. So, yes, back home in...
Oh, don't worry. We're going to have a blast here. It'll be
Stafford
very
Hampshire
exciting.
shouldn't.
Hampshire.
I'm gonna
Tin.
Tin-
That
like
sounds like
cough.
a place in England.
Worcestershire.
Muffle it in with a teacup.
Are you sure it wasn't Cheapside, dear?
Yes, quite sure.
Sorry.
Wow.
Well, perhaps we might enjoy a promenade around the gardens this afternoon.
Ooh, that sounds
They're
lovely.
lovely this time of year.
Yes, of course, I would love to explore the estate. I haven't had a chance to since arriving late last night.
Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. I've been here a couple of nights now, and yeah, it's very well kept.
Well, then I look forward to you accompanying us, William.
Of course, as long as it doesn't rain.
If only.
Oh, a bit of mud never hurt anybody. It just requires a change of dress to appear presentable once more.
Absolutely. We cannot have our ladies running around with their hems 6 inches deep in mud now, can we?
No, of course not.
Lucy wears pants. It's a scandal. Well, so lovely familial banter at breakfast. Does anything else happen at breakfast?
Sure. Let's go. Let's go. We're just gonna
Okay.
dive in. So, Mother,
So,
I noticed-
Melanie,
I noticed Father's monthly letter hasn't arrived yet. Have you happened to seen it?
I have not, dearest daughter. You do know that he is far away over in India, so I'm sure it probably just got mixed up on the boats along the way.
I'm sure. You said India, did you?
Yes,
Funny,
you do
I
know.
thought it was in Egypt.
Maybe he stopped there along the way, but you do know he's with the East India Trading Company, so. I will have to contact Mr. Dithers and see if he can go down and check the mail. Like I said, it's possible it just got lost and caught up. There's nothing we can do. I mean, you know how the postal system works.
Well, do alert me if you find it, and I'll be checking myself as well. So I don't want you to waste your time, Mother.
A waste of time to receive a letter from your father. Of course.
Excellent. Anything else?
Yeah, William, are they always like this?
You get used to it after a while. Like, I just drown it out. This is why I'm late for breakfast, because I'm like, less time I'm down here, less have to deal with it. But no, it's fine. Just the food's
Usually
good,
we
so.
can get it out in the first 15 minutes.
But this time we waited for 15 minutes in awkward silence.
And now it's doubled into 30 minutes of awful.
Part of art is having someone to enjoy the spectacle. Didn't you learn that in Paris, sister?
Well, yeah. Oh, speaking of art, I need some new supplies.
What do you need?
I don't think anyone's
well,
at art.
some paints and things, you know.
Of course. If you make a list and let me know, I will make sure we get it for you. I must have my sister properly stocked.
Isn't that one the younger one?
Yeah, it is.
I'm very confused.
Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Lucy, so what sort of art do you do then? Have you, like...
Oh, all sorts. I've really been into watercolors recently. They're very exciting, but I've done a little bit of sculpting, mostly with clay. Stone's very hard to work with, to be honest. But here at home, we don't have the studios that they have in Paris, so it's much easier to work on a smaller watercolor scale, you see.
No. Really? You must have some space, surely, somewhere here. Sure someone can sort something out for you.
Oh, I think all the rooms have other uses. I haven't really talked to Mother about it, but I'm sure they're filled with something.
I'm sure you're very talented, and, you know, you can all start selling. You can become a world-famous artist, and, you know, you can remember me helping you along the way.
Well, of course.
Raise a glass.
I don't think Lucy will have to worry about becoming a world famous artist if she just, you know, marries the right sort of man, right? I mean, that'll give her all the wealth she needs. It's not like she has to make her own way in the world.
I mean, didn't you teach us that multitasking was a fair option, Mother? Can't you do both?
I said multitasking is important to running an efficient and effective household, Melanie. Perhaps we should send you back to your governess and you can learn a little bit more before trying to implement your lessons.
That is what you do best, isn't it?
Yes, I implement lessons. For my children
I meant
to learn.
casting off things that annoy you.
No. Yeah. No.
Careful, Mother. This is a enjoyable breakfast. We wouldn't want to sully it.
Of course, the sun is shining. It doesn't look like there's a cloud in the sky today. I think fortune is in our favor.
So about that tour of the estate. Why waste daylight?
Yes, I feel like the second you say it looks like fortune's in our favor, we then immediately cut to us standing outside under umbrellas or an awning. As rain is pouring down.
Flash forward like an hour.
Melanie has a very distasteful and displeased look on her face.
No, I like that actually. The idea is brought that it does get rather hot in the afternoon, so perhaps that promenade should be after breakfast, which of course will require you all to change, because you can't do anything without changing clothes. And you all change. And do you all go together, or do we have a couple of scenes that can elucidate the relationship between a few of the characters?
Melanie's gonna stay with Lucy.
Okay.
And whoever else goes with Lucy.
I mean, I feel like it might just be all of us anyway, because I think Lucy invited Eliza to go, and then Eliza's like, William should come.
All right.
So we are probably leading a tour, and I think it's up to Nora if she wants to follow these idiot children or not.
It's a big question.
No, I'll say Nora has some matters to attend to inside first. Maybe give the staff some direction for the day to make sure that the rest of it goes smoothly.
Yes. If they are out on the grounds, they might run into dithers. It is possible to mix upstairs and downstairs, especially with someone like dithers. Maybe that's what happens. The sky without clouds, the beautiful, wondrous day before you quickly turns dark and threatening. You have barely begun your promenade. You're just barely showing Eliza the maze and talking about the various different statues there. You can kind of see the island of the folly with the folly off in the distance. But someone was quite interested in seeing the menagerie. And as you made your way there, the first fat raindrops began to fall. So you are now trapped by the rain together. So, what happens?
I mentioned about the rain. I was like, oh, not now. And I'm like wearing like a tennis ensemble. So like white shorts, like white shirt. I got like a jumper sort of around over my shoulders, like tied on front. Like proper like into it. And I'm like, oh, I knew it was gonna rain. Knew it. But then I got my umbrella. So what we doing now then? We just stuck here for a little bit or what?
It might finish up soon, she says, hearing a roll of thunder go, and the rain immediately intensifies.
Is any shouting nearby?
I mean, I assume that we have run into the menagerie, which is,
we've gone in there. Right, cool.
Mostly empty.
Probably.
Except for the few critters that have remained.
Yes.
Well, we were going to take you here anyway. And we'll stay dry. Maybe Dithers will come by. He usually feeds the animals at some time. Anyway, so here's the monkey. We named him Dithers also because it was funny at the time. And here's the bear.
The bear?
Does the bear have a name?
Tough. Because they're big and strong and tough.
What a great name. Reminds
Seems very fitting.
We were younger when we got the bear. It made sense at the time.
He's a good sort. Oh yes, you can. And Lucy will rummage around nearby and pull out some dried fruit. He'll eat this as a treat, though usually we just toss it in. Only Dithers really goes into the cages.
I take some of the fruit and sort of just like, not really sure. It's like, please take the food, please don't hurt me, sort of thing. And then I go back. Yeah, well, that was cool. Sweet. Cool bear.
Brave Mr. William feeding the bear.
You must seem like a natural.
Wow, you know. So what else is here? Trying to walk away from the bear.
Is the zoo part connected to the aviary, blah, blah, blah?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so we can say, like, they're connected without having to go outside, so... Well, we don't have as many animals as we used to, but we still have a lot of birds. If you'd like to meet them.
Sounds lovely.
And Melanie will lead them in to that side. This one, she'll, like, point out a little food bar pantry area. They're a lot easier to feed. You can just grab some seed, they'll come up to you.
No, I'm good. I'll just watch. After you, Liza. You can try.
Not fond of birds?
Sorry, I froze.
I see birds all the time, you know. It's birds, that's fine.
Well, then come with me, Mr. William, and we shall feed the birds together.
Ah, okay, fine.
You've seen them all the time. There's so many rare birds here. I don't think as many people see peacocks and cockatoos and what have you. It's incredible.
I guess. You know, it's impressive, you know. I don't know. Maybe I've seen more of my adventures, I guess. But no, hey.
Oh, your adventures?
Collection. Yeah, I've been out and about.
To where?
Reading.
Sorry, so I know where that is. Yeah, Reading. Lovely little place just outside of London. Yeah, that's it. Not much else about Reading.
Very exotic.
Quite exotic.
Yeah, quite exotic. Yeah.
So, Eliza, what side of the family are you on again?
Your father's, Lord Flamel's.
Really?
Oh, right.
Yes. Very distant cousin.
Oh, so... We both try to do cousin math.
Yeah. You're a cousin of our father's, or you're a cousin of ours? What's that?
Oh, you know, it's very tricky to distinguish, but I believe it would be a cousin of yours.
Well, who's your parents?
Well, I don't want to bore you with my family backstory. You know, it would be much more interesting, Lucy. I must say I've been very intrigued about the talks of you being in Paris. I've always wanted to go.
It's simply divine, Eliza. I cannot recommend it enough. I've been at school there for several years. It's been very enlightening. If you ever do find the time to visit at some point when I return, it would be most delightful to have another visitor there.
So you do plan to return? Oh.
I'm going to intrude really quickly because we got some insight in chat into what's going on inside Melanie's head. So I'm going to say at this moment we cut to Melanie's interior dialogue. It's like, yes, I'm sure she even saw a cockatoo when she was in Paris. Sorry for that. I just didn't want people on YouTube later to miss that. It was brilliant, Katie.
Thank you. I thought about saying it, but Melanie wouldn't outwardly say anything against
But on the
it.
inside.
Yeah, on the inside, she's like,
So what you came back? Why did you come back from Paris? If it was so good.
Oh, well, Mother just wanted me back here for the season here in the summer in London.
Mother gets antsy, you see.
About things like marriage and what have you. Really, I think the whole thing is rather quaint and antiquated if you think about it, really. Why shouldn't... it doesn't make sense that we need a man to run the household, really. Father's been gone for who knows how long. And I'm sure...
Who knows?
Who knows how
Too long.
Lucy has no idea how long he's been gone.
Yeah.
And if you ask Melanie, her answer is always just too long.
Eliza.
But you have noticed your mum seemed. Oh, sorry.
No, Eliza, you said you were feeding the birds.
Yes.
Well, as you do so, you notice that the bedding on the floor of the cages is not straw as you would expect. It appears to be shredded paper. And as you look more closely, it's of relatively fine quality, and there appears to be handwritten words on it. Of course, it's been very well shredded. But it isn't newsprint, as you might expect, but it appears to be some sort of correspondence.
Well, interesting. Tuck that away for use against dear Auntie Nora later.
Can I roll for perception?
Well, if you were also feeding the birds,
No, I wasn't feeding because I'm fine with birds, so
Right.
I think I was probably closer to Lucy, so I wouldn't have noticed.
Probably do just kind of like subtly sweep a couple of little pieces, like the more put together pieces out, and just kind of slip them into my little. I probably have a little bag or something.
yes.
Can Mr. Dithers come out from behind like one of the like bird cage, like in the aviary area? I want like his right arm sleeve to be like rolled up to his elbow. His hand is like bloodied. He's carrying 2 dead quail by the feet, and he's got like a shotgun resting on his shoulder.
Love it.
Just screams and jumps behind William.
And he's got like his like scruffy like old dog kind of like with him. And the dog's super chill. Mr. Dithers looks real rough, and he just goes, "You shouldn't talk about your mom that way, you know. She takes good care of you."
I think he appears behind me, and I'm scared. Like, whoa!
William,
Mr.
don't
Dithers.
Do that to
mind
me.
him. That's just Dithers.
And
It's fine.
the dog starts
Dithers.
barking because of the jumping. The birds start squawking. The monkey Dithers in the next room starts shrieking in his cage. It's quite the din.
Is it still raining?
Yeah.
Of course.
I just need to go somewhere, just in the space somewhere. Just get out. Just too much animals.
like-
You know, they
I've
don't
got
make
stress.
lads like they used to today. They all jump at everything, don't they?
You're right about that, Dithers. It's fine. Mom means well about everything. At least I was on time for breakfast.
Aye, that's always a good start, Miss Lucy. Miss Melanie, how are we doing this morning?
Absolutely peachy. And you, Mr. Dithers?
Not peachy at all, but it's all right. Just delivering the dinner to the kitchen, and these are. And he's gonna like squint nose. He's like, I don't know this family.
Oh, they're cousins of ours.
Right.
Not peachy, you say? Why is that? Anything we can help with?
I had my whole hand just covered in blood from these bloody quail.
Ah, yes. It is quite a bloody affair.
Yes, quite.
But you seem to be handling it very well. Used to it? Or...
He's just gonna look at you. He's like, Miss Melanie, you know I've been feeding the family for how many years now?
Well, I'm just fascinated. I've never actually seen you bring our dinner in. It's a new experience.
Yep, fresh from the fields.
Oh, if you're going back to the house, could you fetch some umbrellas? We're kind of all trapped here. Or tell someone to fetch them for us.
I'll let one of the servants know. Come get you lads that get you back to the house.
You can let my maid, Miss Daniels, know. She'll know exactly which ones to bring.
And which one's Miss Daniels?
Oh, the short one, mousy brown hair, has those glasses that follows me around.
Right.
She's usually in the kitchen about this time. Where you're heading?
Right. I just asked the cook, and I get the cook to bring her out for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dithers.
And he'll continue to the house.
Wonderful. The cook, Fanny Crump, who is also rather vague and but pleasant. Dithers. Dithers was behind the cage a bit longer than everyone realized, and I'm going to say Dithers saw Eliza take a handful of the shredded paper.
Oh, I like it.
So perhaps does the scene transition to downstairs?
Yeah.
Well, clearly,
I like it.
clearly we have. And it's only shortly after the family has had their breakfast, so it's entirely possible that any member of the downstairs could be also having breakfast or cleaning up after. Certainly, Miss Hopewell and Miss Daniels wouldn't be asked to clean the kitchen. So let's just say that there's a breakfast among the staff when Dithers appears in Fanny Crump's kitchen.
Bloody and wet and muddy.
Yes.
I love
I
it.
think upon seeing him, Miss Daniels would give a start.
Perfect.
She wouldn't scream, but she would be very like, oh.
All right. So who all is there?
Miss Hopewell's there because I changed hats.
Yes.
Henry be there as well.
Mr. Burton, Miss Daniels?
I think Mr. Burton is there, but not like involved. I guess he's sneaking around and kind of eavesdropping more so than participating.
Excellent. So we established the fact that Mr. Burton is maybe seated around the corner,
Yes.
having his breakfast. Well, excellent. Well, Dithers arrives with a few quail. Fanny Crump admonishes you for tracking mud into her pristine kitchen. It's not pristine, by the way, but to her it is. She's rather myopic. Perhaps that's why she has such a pleasant disposition, because she doesn't recognize what's going on around her.
I guess I'm just like, it's fine, it's stone, the mud will wash away, lady.
Do we have to do anything with those pheasants?
Yeah, you got to pluck them. It's how you can't just throw the pheasant on the stove, can you?
Well, did it last week?
Yes, Henry. It's part of your duties here as a newly hired servant. Kitchen duty is one of the options that you're on right now. So you'll just need to make sure that you, pluck all the feathers off so it'll be ready for our cook for tonight's dinner. Thank you.
Staring at this bird and going, fine.
Come on, I'll show you how to get rid of the head too, so it doesn't wiggle too much.
You'll get rid of the head.
Yeah, the head's still. I'm like shaking it, like the head's still attached, bloody fool.
Oh, okay, all right.
Miss Daniels is just giggling very quietly to herself, watching Henry come to terms with his new roles.
It always happens with the new ones, doesn't it, Miss Daniels?
It appears so, but you can sympathize. We were there once.
Once we were indeed. Well, we're almost done here, so we'll probably be moving on to our morning chores, getting things set up and cleaning out the ashes and so on. Good work today, Dithers.
I met the little lambs down in the aviary there, and the youngest lamb, I think she's the youngest. She asked for the Miss Daniels, Because the wet.
Oh. They didn't take their umbrellas, did they?
Not the smartest lambs, those ones.
No.
Never heard. It always rains here.
Every
No matter
day.
how it looks.
Well, I can go take them their umbrellas, and then on my way back, since I've helped with cooking and quail preparation before, I can stop and help Henry if you would like that.
There's no need to help him. He has to learn.
But what better way to learn than with a teacher?
Dithers is here.
I can
This
show
looks
him.
like he needs a bath
No, I have to
or a
learn.
hose down.
Well, let me know if you need some help with the umbrellas, Miss Daniels, but don't be derelict on your other duties, obviously.
Oh, of course not. Yes, ma'am.
I will say that one of the housemaids that helped to unpack Eliza's trunk when she recently arrived will be sharing a juicy bit of gossip about something that Lucy brought with her from Paris. What is that thing? Anyone can answer.
A family picture?
Would that be scandalous?
If it's not
different
anyone
family.
we recognize.
Yeah.
Like it's hidden in her trunk.
In Lucy's trunk?
Wait.
Yeah, it's Lucy's, not Eliza's.
Yeah, I was thinking
Oh.
Eliza at first. I was looking over in that direction, but I thought it'd be
Yeah.
interesting to. We were already putting Eliza in hot water. I want to spread the love around.
Not all on Eliza.
I mean, it could be that scanty lingerie she was wearing,
Oh
With a
yes.
note
hidden,
from
tucked
a
away in the
lover.
bag. Yeah.
Oh, ooh. Well, okay. I will give you French lingerie, which is quite scandalous enough. But would someone like to spend a determination offer a determination token to Misha in exchange for a hidden, let's say, charcoal drawing, a life study, something that Lucy has kept hidden that is clearly precious to her?
Yeah, I would.
All right, so
Cool.
Henry is offering you one of his determination tokens. Warwick is offering you a determination token, Misha,
Right.
to
Yes.
have
Do I
one of the
take that
housemaids.
determination token?
Yes.
Or does it get cool?
yes.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, so you now got 3, I presume.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Michelle, yeah.
This exchange is meant to facilitate retaliation and
Yeah, because
backstabbing.
then you do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So yes, it's a scandalous charcoal drawing.
Yes. And it's a very high
Naked.
quality, which is nice.
High quality.
Well, it's high quality enough that Miss Lucy is quite recognizable.
In French lingerie.
Well, let's just say there's French lingerie in the drawing, but it's not on Miss
Right,
Lucy.
right. Fair enough. Otherwise, it's not really art.
Right.
Exactly. Does Lucy know I have this?
Well,
Or William has this?
So this is something that a couple of just the regular housemaids or scullery maids wouldn't be scullery maids. Regular housemaids are revealing as they gossip.
Got ya,
Because
got
this is
ya.
what happens
Yeah.
downstairs: is people gossip about upstairs, unless they're off by themselves, in which case they're gossiping about other members of the downstairs staff. So while this conversation is happening, you all hear a few of the younger maids tittering about the things that they found when they were unpacking Lucy's things. What happens?
Miss Hopewell will wait long enough to hear the entirety of the gossip before saying, standing up loudly and say, "All right, everyone, back to work," kind of thing, to disperse them.
Miss Daniels will grab the umbrellas make her way to the upstairs group. And as like everyone's, starting to, she's passing them out, everyone's like, oh, this is mine. She'll quietly whisper the information to Melanie.
Oh, before you go, Miss Daniels, let me accompany you. It'd be crude of me to allow such a pleasant young lady such as yourself to travel alone through the rain.
Who are you again?
No one knows.
Mr. Burton. I came with dear Eliza.
She looks at Miss Hopewell like, did we hire him?
No, Mr. Burton has been lurking around the corner this entire time, listening to everything, and just pops out of the shadows.
Well,
That's fine. She'll just wait as everyone is walking out with their umbrellas to whisper it to Melanie. Very casually. Looking like just, fixing your hair as a maid would.
Yes. Excellent. All right, so the umbrellas have been delivered. And the upstairs characters are no longer confined to the menagerie. The downstairs characters are going about their day. What is the next scene?
I kind of have an idea if no one else has one.
Go for it.
Think as people go back, we're changing out of wet clothes, I assume it's mid-afternoon?
Oh, but it hasn't even hit lunch yet.
Oh, okay. So as we're preparing for lunch and changing, Melanie's just going to slip into Lucy's room and make sure none of the servants are in there. And
All
just
right.
casually lock the door behind her.
All right.
Oh, wow.
We'll have a scene with Lucy and Melanie.
Sister!
Oh, yes. Melanie, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. I just came in. I thought we could color coordinate our outfits for lunch. And I just, I haven't got a chance to really talk to you about Paris.
Well, I'd be delighted to talk to you about Paris. It's a wonderful city.
Yeah, I've heard that you had a lot of fun there.
Well,
And
art is life, you know?
very realistic, you mean? Yeah?
Well, one must simply capture the moment, as it were.
Oh, I'm sure you captured a lot of moments. But you know that I support you always. And if you want to go back to Paris, that's fine. I'll help you go back to Paris. You're my dearest older sister, and I just want you happy. I just ask for the sanity of your dear younger sister that maybe you lock away some valuable lifelike art pieces where they're not going to be seen and talked about.
I look around the room to make sure we are alone. And then I get real close to Melanie. I say, have you been snooping in my bags?
Not me. It's what I've heard.
That's what I heard. I had them in the secret compartment. No one's supposed to go into the secret compartment. That's why it's secret.
It's not secret if the maids who unpack and pack your bags are the ones who know about a secret compartment.
Oh no, I didn't think about that. They wouldn't.
That luggage came from the house. Like everyone pitched together to give it to you when you went to Paris. You think they wouldn't know about a secret compartment?
No, it's secret. I don't. And then I'll go to the luggage and rummage through it. I'm like,
Is it still there?
It's still there, but there's a bit of a
Okay,
thumb smudge in the charcoal. Clearly, someone has handled it.
Melanie's gonna peek around, like, try not to look at the one part, just like, oh, I mean, it's very good quality. I can see why they were talking about it, but I would prefer that they didn't.
as soon as you're peeking around, I'll like shut up. Be like, I will take care of this. Who was talking?
Oh, the maids.
Oh well, that hardly matters. They probably won't say anything.
We have more people in this house now. It very much matters what anyone is talking about at the moment, sister.
It's probably fine. They aren't going to say anything to the cousins or anything, right? Or to...
If they have, we will damage control. If they haven't,
right.
we'll ensure they won't.
Well,
I will ensure they won't.
Cut to Mr. Burton informing Eliza as you're talking. Yes.
Melanie's already running through plan A through F. I just, like I said, I support you. I just want you to be happy, even if Mother is trying to cart us off to the nearest man. I just don't want people to hold things against you.
As they shouldn't.
As they shouldn't, I agree. But high society is a bunch of catty people.
Indeed. I'm going to spend one of those determination tokens. I'm going to tell Melanie a secret about my time in Paris.
See, sister secrets!
Sister secrets. And I'll be all like, I know she is trying to find an available suitor for us, but so you know the drawings. Those were done by another gentleman in Paris that I've met at school.
What's his name?
Edward. He is absolutely delightful, loves the arts. And he's expecting me back this fall. So
how
obviously...
long are you together?
Well...
Have you been intimate?
We've kissed a few times.
Oh, sister.
I know. And he is so nice, and he writes me lovely poems, and he's awaiting my return in Paris. So obviously this whole thing with Mom and finding a suitor is just not going to work out. But I'm here to humor her and make sure the household goes well and make sure that you have a great summer too. And also, you know, make sure I can get back to Paris. But it'll be fine. What she doesn't know won't hurt her.
We will make sure that you get back to Paris, but on the condition that I get to meet this man before you even think about marrying him.
Right. Before I even think about it. Definitely. Now, if you excuse me... Now, I've got to find a nice spot to put these pictures.
As she's leaving, Melanie will tell her, wear blue, by the way, to lunch. Like I said, I do want to color coordinate.
On it.
Additionally, if you hear anything about Dad's letter, tell me immediately.
Of course.
Mother's keeping secrets, and I don't like it. And it's been far too long since he's written. And yes, he sends Mother her letters, but he always sends a letter for me, and there wasn't one in the past 2 monthly letters, and that's not correct. Father would never, so I just don't like it. So if you hear something, let your sister know. And hide those drawings and wear blue, and I love you.
Love you too. And of course, as soon as Melanie leaves, Lucy takes the drawings out and puts them in the secret drawer that she has in her room that definitely no one knows about.
You're muted, Zero.
Except everyone. All right.
Yeah, obviously.
So as that conversation is happening, is anything else happening as we run up to lunch?
Trying to think where Henry would be if he's still dealing with the pheasants.
It doesn't have to be.
He will be in a position where, like, William can call for Henry. Like, oh, Henry, can I borrow you for a second, please, if you don't mind? And then Henry sort of wiping his hands, going, I think I've washed all the blood off. Yeah, come in. And we go into like a side room or something. Shut the door. So Henry, you've William speaking. Sorry, I might have to do a different voice. Hang on. Okay, I got it. Right, so William be normal. So William's like, so have you found anything? And Henry's trying to do a really worse version of my own accent. Hey up.
Yeah.
Hello, mate.
Wow.
Is that North Yorkshire?
I don't know.
Right.
It's going to change in every word. Oh, William. Hello, William. I had to deal with some pheasants. Like this wasn't what you told me to do. Like I wasn't expecting to deal with blood and stuff. It's okay, and it's all right. It's all right. So Henry, it's fine. You know, you're finding out stuff. You're helping us both out, right? You're helping us both out to find out dirt about this lot. You know, we don't want to be here. We don't really like these guys here, but the stuff we can find out will help us both. You know, you get that, right? You get that. Yeah, I get that. I just the blood. I don't like dealing with it. But we did find some paintings from I think Lady Lucy, I think did, and like charcoal paintings, and explain what they look like and stuff. And I think William at that time, not sure what to deal with that, but knowing that information is helpful. And sort of just say, if you learn anything more about anything, like let me know and stuff. But and that's it really. And then sort of, okay,
Right.
Thank you very much, Henry. Appreciate it.
So Henry
all.
Henry has reported the Scandalous drawing to William. Mr. Burton has
Yes.
reported. So it has made it to everyone, basically, in the household, except for Nora.
Yeah, in a very short time.
Which is
these secrets.
Yes, perfect. Any other scenes happen before lunch? Is Eliza doing anything?
I think Eliza is biding her time for now. I'm kind of waiting to see how things are playing out before she uses what she knows to her advantage.
Eliza has a pocket full of
Sunshine?
ripped up writing.
It's like, yes. Sure. Before lunch, she will go to the lady of the house.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yes, my dear Eliza, what can I do for you?
Oh, I just wanted to say, I am so grateful that you have allowed me to come and stay here. I know that circumstances weren't ideal, but I do just want to make sure that nobody is questioning anything. Your youngest is perceptive in the most unfortunate ways.
I will handle the children. You just handle yourself, my dear. I would not fret. My daughters may be perceptive, but they're not quite often right about what they think they are.
In this instance, they just might be.
In what ways? What occurred while you were all out on your walk?
Let's just say it's a little bit difficult sometimes to trace the family tree.
I see. What did you tell them?
I managed to divert the conversation without fully answering anything, really. Just that I'm from Lord Flamel's side of the family.
Well, I suppose that's not entirely wrong, is it? That's fine. If they happen to bring it up again during lunch, then I will make sure that I interject or intervene. I will set the girls straight.
Good. What did happen to Lord Flamel? I've been curious. He was always so kind to me in my youth.
He was, wasn't he? Lord Flamel is away on business. Of course, although I do think maybe not so much India. He's not quite that far away, but I'm sure, will send his regards just like he does every month. Tell me, did you happen to see Mr. Dithers while you were looking for me? I do need to make sure I touch base with him before he goes back out to the grounds today.
Oh, I did see him in the aviary after we fed the birds.
In the aviary? You were all down by the aviary?
Yes, Lucy and Melanie seemed rather preoccupied, and I believe that William seems to have a horrific phobia of any sort of animal. Has relatively refused to interact with them at all.
Nothing wrong with that. Very well. I will go ahead and probably send the butler or somebody down to go fetch him for me, and I greatly appreciate it. Is there anything else that I should be aware of with the girls?
I would just be cautious of where you throw away things that you don't want anybody else to find.
I understand. Perhaps it would be a terrible shame if those things happen to maybe find their way to the evening fire during a nice reading when nobody is looking.
I think that would depend
On
your daughter's behavior and my ability to succeed in my goal coming here.
Yes, your goal. Remind me, what is your goal again? I want to make sure that we are in alignment.
Yes, naturally. Well, my goal is the same goal that you have for your daughters, so it'd really be such a shame if you just treated me like them, only I'm actually interested in what you want from me.
Very well. If there is one thing that I always thought I had a talent for, it was matchmaking. I'll help you, Eliza, as long as you uphold your end of the bargain.
I am nothing if not honest in my motivations. Naturally.
Naturally.
Good. We're in agreement then. I'll see you at lunch.
Very good.
All right. So shall we cut to lunch?
I'm starving.
Let's have an upstairs lunch, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Remembering to move the markers this time. And again, feel free to spend those tokens at any point.
Mm.
And you can replenish yourself if you would like with boons. So, after an eventful morning with some dreadful weather, everyone is clean and proper and dressed and has a lovely seated lunch. What happens?
I'm going to look over at William and go, so William, how was your time on the grounds with the ladies today?
Oh, it was lovely. The grounds are very well kept. Should be very proud.
Excellent. The grounds you said were lovely and everything is being kept up very well.
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Anything else lovely out on the grounds today?
I mean, the weather was quite nice until it started raining, but hey, you can't control all of it, can you?
No, indeed, absolutely.
I'm fine. It's all right.
Lucy, what have I told you about making sure that we are cognizant when we are eating and drinking? It is not ladylike to choke on our food.
Of course, Mother.
Among other things. Like our aspirations to marry rich.
Right. Those things, right.
Yes, those
and here
things.
I thought this was a lunch and not a fishing journey.
No, absolutely not. But tell me, William, how is your family? How's business?
Oh, business. I don't know what to do for business.
Well, don't you assist Lord Flamel with some of his trading?
Oh, I dabble bits and bobs where I can. I like to try sort of new things and see what sort of interests me. I can get bored quite easily, so I like to sort of dabble where I can and take in experience where it is and take that and lead with it and just try new things. It's got me quite far so far. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, a young man such as yourself, I mean, you make a good way for yourself. You hold yourself in high regard, and the ton just seem to love you. Surely there must be like a special lady in your life, right?
Well, yeah, of course. I'm engaged. Shady ring and stuff.
Oh, you must tell us about her. We're just dying to know.
Oh, no. It's fine.
Yes, this is Mother's favorite
please.
talk. Please do continue.
Tell us more about her.
Surely you can't deny the lady of the house.
Apparently not. I can't, can I? So her name is Annabelle, and we met on. I was actually out of work. Outing with my father, actually, looking at some art trading, and we just caught each other's eyes, and we just both knew there was something there, and me being me, I approached her, took her hand, welcomed, and I guess the rest is history. But I don't want to bore anyone about the details and stuff. But yeah, I'm very lucky. And she's very lucky as well.
So you've already proposed then?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. When's the last time you saw Miss Annabelle?
When was the last time I saw her?
I mean, surely you left her in good health, right?
Oh, of course. She's away with family at the moment. So I thought it'd be a good opportunity to see my family. Haven't seen you guys for a while. Well, so, sort of a bit of a treat, sort of catch up and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Does she come from good stock?
Oh, the very best. But honestly, I don't want to bore you any more than I need to, What about you, lady? What about you? How are you doing?
Warwick, I would like to offer you a determination token.
Oh, okay.
To make it so that you know that dear Annabelle is sick.
Oh, shit. Excellent. I mean, oh, bother.
And you have that letter state from her saying that she is ill upon you.
Fantastic. Excellent. That's fine.
Will we be seeing her at some of the balls upcoming this season?
Oh, I hope so. I'm sure. I think we've sort of been there, done that, so it's not like it's as seen as much, but I'm sure.
Well, it's always good for a newly engaged couple to be seen, or so Mother says.
Oh, absolutely. Saying that, Lucy, anyone on the horizon? Anyone you courting at the moment?
Oh, no one's really caught my eye.
Oh, come on now, surely.
You see, the men around here are not good enough for my sister. They seem to talk and think certain things.
Well, you must think very highly of yourself to be so sure that there's not someone in the area.
I mean, yes. I grew up here. I've seen them all.
Perhaps I should shut up poor Lucy with Mr. Dithers. Maybe he will suit her fancy.
Mom, no.
Mother. Maybe you should get your eyes rechecked.
Do not disparage poor Mr. Dithers. He keeps us fed.
He does, and he does a lovely job, but he seems closer to you than either Lucy or myself.
Are you implying something, dearest daughter?
Oh, no, not at all. I just know how lonely it gets without father.
Yes, Lord Flamel has not been home in quite some time, but as I've always told you girls, life goes on, and the house must be run and children must be raised. So thank you for that painful reminder.
Oh, well, another lesson you taught us, Mother. Life can be painful sometimes.
Very painful. But Lucy, so if none of the Englishmen suit your fancy, at least there must be a Frenchman. I mean, it's not my first pick for you, obviously. But if there is a young man at school, you know you can tell your dear mama.
Of course I would tell you.
Would you?
But would you though?
My mother, it's impossible to keep anything from you.
That you are right, dear Mel.
You all hear the crunching of a carriage on the stone walkway or driveway.
Are we expecting anyone?
I didn't think so, but I suppose as lady of the house, I should go out to greet them.
Ooh, fun!
A quick look out the window will reveal that it's the mail carriage.
Melanie is dashing out the door.
I'm chasing her. I'm just like, no, dear, please, I insist, please finish lunch with your sister and cousins.
I will trip you, so help me.
What is lunch, by the way? Is it a pheasant, or is that for dinner?
No, that's for dinner, because I
Alright.
assume they have the slow roast, so I presume lunch might
Mushy
be some
peas?
sandwiches?
Mush peas. Maybe some fish caught from the nearby stream.
Probably from the pond. They probably keep it fish stocked.
Probably.
Yeah.
Some parsnips.
Of course.
Ooh.
Go like potatoes.
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm hungry.
Right. So, the mail has arrived. What happens?
I
would
realise
actually
it's the
right
mail,
there
so
with
I'm just eating food, so I'm good.
I assume Miss Daniels might actually be on this, as far
Yeah.
as a servant who is waiting for the mail because Melanie has given her instruction, right?
Yeah, so she's already out there receiving the mail.
Well, it sounds like we should have a negotiation as to who gets to a certain piece of the mail first. Perhaps a bit of a wager of determination points. How much is it worth to you, Melanie, to have Miss Daniels? And I would say you can beg and borrow additional determination points from your friends and allies and family members if you'd like.
Or steal it from the Boons.
I
Yes.
will definitely use one. I don't know. There's 2 ways I could potentially like to use one.
Yes.
Sorry, Katie, you're just easy target as the mother of the house. I either want to use one so Miss Daniels does get the mail first, or somehow Miss Nora, in her older age and rush, trips and does not make it to the carriage first.
I think either way, that's a negotiation with Nora, because my guess is that Nora is interested in getting there first herself.
Oh yeah. So Katie, what do you want?
I'm gonna take a fall. I'm gonna take an L.
Oh, all right.
Ooh.
Oh no.
And Melanie will, the ever-present loving daughter, stop and help her mother up, of course, giving Miss Daniels more time to receive the mail. Oh, mother! Oh, I didn't think you were old enough for a cane yet.
You... Melanie, please help me get to the nearest chair. I think I've twisted my ankle.
Oh, here. She'll wave a servant in a chair over the middle of the foyer.
I'm gonna sit down, stretch my leg out, and obviously I don't want to show my ankles off or anything, but I'm just trying to touch them and oh, is it? I think it's a little swollen. Oh no, oh my, this is
Imagine if you'll be on bed rest for a while. Oh dear.
impossible. I will just have to carry on from the downstairs.
Oh, mother, we can never let you just push through this. That would be detrimental to your health. And Melanie's fanning her.
Because I just, we'll find a way, daughter. We always do.
Yes, we do.
One of the ladies' maids will rush in and say, "Shall we call for Dr. Goiter?"
Yes, I do think that is a good idea.
Very well. She'll rush down.
Does Miss Daniels come in with the letter?
Yeah, do it. First of all, what is in the mail? Do we get to decide that? Do you decide that?
Well, I know that there are two things in the mail. One is something that Nora is very interested in and that Melanie is very interested in. And you can decide precisely what that is. There is also a letter for William.
Who is it from? Does it say?
Yes.
Ooh.
It's from Annabelle.
Okay.
I'm not there. I'm stuffing my food,
Yeah.
so I'm completely gone. So.
Well, it's in there, and Miss Daniels sees it.
Yeah, and notes in her mind for later.
Yes. And she can do whatever she wants to with it. By which I mean she can do whatever Katie wants her to do with it. But among just various different sort of correspondence, the two that stand out are a thing that is of interest to Nora and Melanie, and then also a letter addressed to William.
Okay. Is the doctor coming now, or is it like they're going?
He'll come from the village.
Okay.
Yeah. So either they'll tell the male guy or ride with him, or they'll get a horse and send a runner.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So what happens?
Miss Daniels will walk back in. You know, everyone is fawning over Nora in the foyer on her chair. Melanie is there fanning her. The servants are there. Someone's taking a look at her ankle. And she'll just casually slip in to the dining room and hand William his letter and say, "Oh, sir, this came for you." And then, because I feel like she will hand the letter from their father to Lucy.
Interesting.
Oh, Miss Lucy, it's from your father. Maybe you should open it.
Oh, I probably should. Thank you. And I will slip open the seal and read the contents.
Well, who wants to decide what's in it? It has to be Scandalous.
It has to be, doesn't it?
It can be anyone, but it will come at a cost. I will say there has to be something that will scandalize someone. It is up to you.
I got an idea.
Yes, all right.
So I will go through it, and I think that this particular letter was addressed to our mom and not the family.
Yes.
And not to Melanie.
Yes.
And in it definitely implies.
Well, is it damaging to Nora?
A bit.
Or is it damaging to someone else?
Well, it's going to say that Eliza's his kid. So this is probably a double thing here.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Yeah, no, he wrote it in a letter.
All right. Inquiring if Eliza has arrived and etc.
Yes.
All right. So I
don't know why he's writing this. But he did. Takes after Lucy as far as secrets go, eh?
Or is it forged? Ooh.
It could be.
Well, so
No, I wouldn't know that.
So I think there has to be a determination spend for this.
Oh yeah, for
reality.
Sure.
I will say
I have two. I could give one to Nora and one to Eliza because I don't think they like this.
what I would recommend is either Nora or Eliza can add some conditions. So choose who gets to add some conditions or additional flavor, additional context to the letter. Is it Eliza or Nora that helps to determine the contents and the context of the letter?
Nora, because I think it's addressed to her and she would have more understanding of why this is okay for Eliza to be making this deal.
All right.
Hi, Xena.
Okay, so I guess conditions, so like I guess like I can also add some other content to the letter.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So so I guess like some of the letters it does mention that, you know, like Eliza is his daughter but not Nora's daughter, checking to make sure she's safe and sound. She arrived to the manor okay, asking about like how is it going, trying to set her up with a potential suitor, and asking when he can come home again.
Perfect. Very spicy.
Excellent. So that's one determination token to Nora.
Yep. Just pass that over. And I think Lucy is reading it, and at first it's like a normal amount of reading, and then it's like color drains from face kind of reading, and she just kind of gets up and says, excuse me, and leaves the table quickly then.
William.
Yes.
I would like to offer you a determination token.
Okay.
For the contents of the letter from Annabelle to be tearfully breaking off your engagement. Not because she doesn't love you, but because due to her illness, she is going to have to travel to a sanitarium in Switzerland to take the air. And she feels that it would not be fair to you to start out your young life and your promising career saddled by a wife who could never live up to her duties due to her frail health. Which, remember, you can accept the conditions or you can deny.
No, I absolutely accept it. That's absolutely fine.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't really react to it. I sort of look at it, go, cool. Fold it up, put it in pocket.
Yeah.
And carry on eating.
Is everything all right, William?
Oh, absolutely. Just nice little love letter. You know how it is.
I'm afraid that I don't.
Oh well, Anyway, let's enjoy the food, shall we? No one else is.
William, you could tell me. I mean, obviously this family's a little out there, but I'm not directly involved. I want to make sure that everybody's happy.
Oh, absolutely. You're always the one I could trust when we were children. And the others are. You know what they can be like a bit. Well, they make eating food very interesting. Let's put it that way.
Yes, there hasn't been a dull moment at this table since I arrived.
No, but hey, you got to have fun when you can and stuff, and it's definitely entertaining here, isn't it?
That it is indeed. But you're sure you're all right? I mean,
I'm as right as you're right. Are you all right?
I am as all right as I need to be.
Good answer.
Well,
deflection. I say that
We're
out
good
loud.
at that.
No.
so Dr. Goiter does arrive and
Yay.
gives Nora a thorough examination. And of course, prescribes cocaine and laudanum and heroin and opium and all the wonderful things that are, therapeutic.
Medical, beautiful.
It
This
seems
will
to be.
help you sleep,
Yeah,
mother.
yeah. Don't worry about it. It's a slight bruise.
I've got a bruise as well, actually, Doctor. If you can help me.
Some good stiff exercise will do you well.
Melanie's playing it up like, oh, is she okay? Does she need to go to the hospital? Does she need to be on bed rest for 7 years?
Needs the leeches.
Give her something to really put her to sleep. Like, sleep is the best medicine.
Well, I mean, everyone is addicted to everything at this point, right? Because of you've all got your sleeping powders and your pep me up pills and all that kind of stuff. So, but that's settled. No permanent damage to Nora.
Oh, thank the heavens.
Yes, thank the heavens.
Quick, Melanie, please help me, dear. Help your mother get back to the lunch table. We shouldn't be leaving our guests so long.
Of course, dear mother.
We're gonna kind of hobble. I don't really need to hobble, but I'm kind of, living it up a little bit, loving the attention.
I like to think Melanie gets her dramatics from her mother, so she's like all the way like, oh, do you need to stop and rest? Do you just need to go lay down, mother? We've got your medicine. Don't strain yourself. Don't push yourself. Oh, my dear poor mother.
No, we must attend to the guests.
Oh, I can attend to the guests, and Mr. Dithers can attend to the guests, mother.
Mr. Dithers cannot attend to the guests.
Oh, mother, you're getting hysterical now. Calm down before we go into the dining room. It's okay. It's okay.
We bust in the doorway, just sound like a haunted ghost.
Oh, mother, never let them see you cry. You taught me that one.
Oh yes, you learned very well, Mel. I guess I'll take my seat. Just be like, so what did we miss? What mail did we receive?
Well, he's gonna notice that Lucy is not there.
Lucy is gone. The worst host.
Oh, Lucy's gone.
Oh, she's probably just in the bathroom. It is time to, there's a lot been going on. Freshening up, powdering our noses.
Melanie, how vulgar to mention the WC.
The powder room?
Yes, the powder.
Yes,
You're right, mother. It was a blunder. These events just have me so flustered. Maybe I should take a minute to reclaim myself.
Yes.
If you'll excuse me.
Absolutely. I think you need a moment to think about what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely correct. And Melanie will excuse herself with several apologies and bows and dramatics and go find Lucy.
Dr. Goyda will hand you a nerve tonic before he leaves. Because clearly
thank
you're
you.
also hysterical.
You're my favorite doctor.
I wonder why they're so dramatic.
It's called withdrawal.
Lucy, of course, is on a fainting couch in her room, languishing.
Yes.
As you do, and I presume you enter
And lock the door behind me.
Yes, because I left it unlocked, and I'm holding the letter, and I'm like, "Oh, Melanie, look at this! It's horrible."
Ellie's going to instantly read it, and the further down the letter she gets, the redder her face gets. She's pissed.
What are we supposed to do with this?
Oh, I can think of a few things, starting with arson and ending with arson and
Your
arson.
list isn't very long, Melanie, please.
No, but it's effective, sister. This is an outrage. How can you not tell us? How
Well,
can she?
obviously-
She's keeping him out of this house. It should be her kept away. Both of them.
Well, okay, hold on a second. I presume that if word got out about this across the ton, we'd never be married. We'd never be married.
Wait a minute. That might work.
Besides that,
Wait, no, don't back up. That might work. What do you say? What would you say, dear sister? Should the both of us retire to Paris with a large sum of money?
Well, much of the sums require our father's continued business and with a reputation ruined as some sort of...
Oh, we wouldn't ruin his reputation. No, father would be fine in this.
To be fair, you are probably correct.
Woe is the way of women in this world. Father would continue to support us. Father could come to Paris if he wanted, or if he really
we
wanted
could meet
to
him
come
there.
back to Mother.
Indeed.
But
so
it would get Mother off of our backs. Me, I'm not particularly in a rush to get married. I still want to continue business. Honestly, I'd like to join Father, but I want to make a pit stop by Paris and make sure you're set up, of course, and see this Edward fellow. Make sure he is, suitable.
He's probably fine, and we can just... But what to do about this Eliza?
Melanie's face gets redder even more. Well, she's obviously here to better her situation. Would it honestly be so wrong if we just let Mother preoccupy herself with her? She could have a daughter she always dreamed of. Someone who cares about marriage.
And then, when the time is right, we just take our fortune a little ahead of schedule and go to Paris.
We won't leave them with nothing, of course. I'll get their share.
And then we can rejoin with Father, and
yes,
of course he'll take care of the business, and I can do art things or whatever.
Yes, you can live your life free as you want with whoever you love, should they be suitable enough. And I can travel with Father and learn the ways of business, because you know that Mother will never accept that. But
yeah,
it's not just enough to have this information over her. No. We really have to find a way to make sure she doesn't break her confines, so to say, of course. Just some food for thought.
Would you propose to do that?
Mulling it over. I haven't rolled off arson, but
it's so weird that the title card had the building on fire, and you keep bringing up arson. At any rate,
it's almost like I was inspired.
Oh well, perhaps I should write to Father then.
I do believe you are correct.
And perhaps we can write to him as Mother and bring him back here to see what has happened. I think I can, let me just do a determination here. I'm fairly good at handwriting and making sure it looks like others.
And I have been carrying the house books for years. I know Mother's signature. I forged it several times.
Then let us.
I can't with these heathens.
You had us.
You did this.
You did this. Melanie got her dramatics from her mother. You did this.
I did.
Oh, sister, I think Paris just taught you wonderful things.
Oui. All the French he knows. So I presume that we...
The one token I haven't figured out is this William fellow. That's the one thing to keep our eye on. I don't know how that will affect things. And he said he's worked with father. I wonder if he knew anything about this. Just food for thought. Just food for thought.
We can ask him later, but for now, let's keep this to ourselves.
Mm-hmm. If anyone asks, we never received a letter from father.
Oh, okay. Well, Miss Daniels did announce it at lunch.
Oh.
That it was a letter from father.
Well, we can make a fake one to give to mother and hide the real one. Maybe I'll hide this one, though.
What do you mean? She says, about to access her secret compartment drawer.
In front of your sister.
Yes.
Let's just
wait.
We have 2 letters to write. A fake one to mother, just maybe a boring status update, vague details. Maybe we'll just say, like, I hope things are well. My journey will be taking me to different parts of Europe, so a little closer, but not close enough for her to think he could come home. And then we'll fake a letter to father, just telling him to go ahead and return. His dear daughters and wife have missed him terribly. And what better way to introduce a new member to the family than to have the culprit, one responsible for her, here in person?
Perfect.
I will say that it occurs to you that it is a long-standing summer tradition to host a ball.
And I would be absolutely devastated if I missed my father-daughter dance at the ball. Could never keep that from a girl. So he must come home.
Yes. In what? Like, where was this sent from? Can't tell. Or we can. Oh, a week or 2 he should be able to be here.
Liverpool.
Oh, he's really close. Oh, in within a week.
He's in like a bachelor pad.
He's living it up.
Living down by the docks.
He's making
so we'll just ask mother if we can host a ball and tell him to attend.
We'll distract her. It's our yearly ball, and we have company this year. Oh, it has to be the most elaborate ball we have ever planned. We'll invite everyone.
Yes, the whole time.
Yes.
I'm sure our household staff will love to hear about this.
Oh, they'll be fine. And mother will be so preoccupied with keeping appearances, she won't be able to retaliate. So we can't let everyone know. Only us can know.
Right. So before we head back down, we'll write the fake father letter.
Certainly.
Yeah, and I'll give that one to you to give to mother and just say you had to refresh yourself. Just don't mention the word powder room or water closet. She'll have another conniption. But leave the other letters to me. I'll have Miss Daniels send it out with the doctor as he leaves. And then I'll hide the other one. Not that I don't trust you in your secret compartments, but we can't have them all in the same place, of course.
What secret compartments?
Sister, I was with you when you bought the table.
Oh, shoot. You're right.
I pointed it out to you, sister.
But it is rather clever. No one would think you just twist the little knob and push the button in and picture pops out again.
Melanie covers her eyes. So, just put it away.
No, there's just a hair ribbon that just drapes over the appropriate parts. So we can maintain the PG-13 rating. Very well. So a plan is laid. Let's montage a bit. To bring some things to the head. So we have a number of things that are in play. We have Eliza with some documents potentially to piece together. although she may think she knows what's in it, maybe she doesn't. We have William, whose prospects for perpetual financial security have been called into doubt. We have Nora, who needs to scheme to position someone well for marriage. And we have Melanie and Lucy, who, well, one wants to burn everything down, but ultimately want to scheme to free themselves from the obligations of their aristocratic life and go live as liberated women in France. So, what happens? What scenes do we need to call? And we have a ball to plan.
Of course.
I think we should start with the fire.
Yeah, Melanie,
The middle name, skip to the end.
Melanie spends a few minutes too long just staring into the fireplace.
Right?
She looks very thoughtful.
I think I want to call a scene with Nora and William, maybe like after lunch, knowing that, you know, he had a letter, maybe somebody mentioned it during lunchtime, from Annabelle, so she's trying to like dig deeper into that. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So, William, and we can be like walking through the house. I understand you received a note from Annabelle. Is she faring all right?
Oh, she's doing very well. She's doing very well. Just sort of telling me about her adventures with her family in the country.
Absolutely, indeed. Well, that is good to hear. I'm afraid I don't have good news though, William, and I hope I have your utmost discretion with this conversation.
Absolutely.
But you do know that my husband is away at the moment, and that my
in Paris, correct?
Yeah, Paris, sure, yeah, somewhere at the you can jump off a bridge and be insane, I guess.
You certainly can, yes. But what's that got to do with anything?
Right, of course. No, so anyway, but you understand that my two daughters are unmarried, and talking through the finances with my husband, I know this seems a little untoward, but the girls were both to receive a quite substantial sum of inheritance. The caveat being that they must be wed, and I do understand that this Miss Annabelle must be very important to you, and my daughters are very, very difficult. But should the occasion arise where you are indeed seeking a wife and are seeking to live comfortably, like I said, you are our favorite cousin, and I would be very, very happy to share the wealth.
I'm honored. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I mean, I understand you must love dear Annabelle very, very much, and obviously
Well, yes.
I would never want to do anything to come in between you and the love of your life.
Absolutely not. But no. But thank you for thinking of me. But no, I'm sure your daughters will marry. I'm sure they will in time. Just give them a bit of patience. I'm sure they will come around.
I understand. Well, in the odd sense that they don't, because I can completely understand if you're not interested in either one. Miss Eliza, again, a very dear, distant relative of ours, but knowing that I would also be secure in case of my husband's passing, as his fortune would need to go to the first male heir, hopefully you would keep me in mind?
Would there be any doubt?
I think not, Mr. William.
You thought correct.
And if any of the young ladies do happen to catch your eye, perhaps I shall be the first to know?
Oh, well, would I tell anyone else? Of course I'll let you know.
Very good, William. Very good.
And we skip away into the distance.
All right. Yeah, well, she needed your arm to do a promenade around the grounds.
Yes.
Because Dr. Goiter suggested exercise and laudanum were the best cures for the sprained ankle. What else happens?
I think Lucy, Melanie both find themselves in William's presence to ask him about the business that he's been doing, because he loves talking about the business he knows about.
I'm very popular.
Melanie is like, oh, I'm just so interested. You know, I've been helping around here, and business is so fascinating. I know it's, you know, risque for a woman to ask about it, but what exactly do you do in your business? Again, you said you do work with our father.
I have worked in your father, yes. Not for a while though. You know, he's been away. It was wherever he does.
What does he do? Establish a fact that is scandalous. It doesn't mean you have to tell it, but you can establish a reality that is scandalous and then handle the scene accordingly.
Okay, I've established something that we've worked together on. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But no, we dealt with like a bit of art dealing and stuff. You know, because art seems to run in the family, and we dealt with a bit of dealing in art in Paris for a little bit, helped him out.
Oh,
I believe that's what he's doing right now. I believe.
Oh, fascinating.
Yes.
You know,
but obviously I don't do it all the time. Like I dabble a bit of bobs. You know, I try different things, get experience, learn trade from all sorts, and try to take everything that I can and apply it to my life, and I've done pretty well for myself so far.
And what is your most favorite thing that you've applied to your life?
Favorite, being with you, of course. Being with you, being on these grounds with this lovely family.
Family.
Roll for deception. But anyway, can I like where's Nora at this moment? Is Nora off somewhere?
That's
Just wherever you want to be.
oh gosh, where do I want to be? That's a great question.
we're having tea.
Oh, I love tea.
So,
Are you guys like in like one of the drawing rooms?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'll just be on the other side of the drawing room. Like it's like a big long room, lots of windows.
Maybe
So
talking to Eliza.
Yeah.
cool. So I sort of lean close a bit. I sort of lean close a little bit to Lucy and go, your mum seems a bit pushy, doesn't she, on the whole marriage thing? Like, are you for it? Like, you wanted to get married, but you don't seem like you want to. I feel like your heart might be calling for something else rather than marriage. But what do I know?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, which one of us? Sorry.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Me. Oh, well, I mean, my heart is more for the art that I can create rather than whatever all this is, which is fine. We're due an inheritance either way, so it doesn't really matter. Which, of course, the fact is she doesn't know that it is determined on marriage, obviously.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, I think that seems to add more scandal into it. Otherwise, I think she'd be a little more like, I need to find some guy who will do what I say. But in this case, she's talking about, oh, we'll get the inheritance. It doesn't really matter. I'll be back in Paris this fall anyway, etc.
Oh, so that's what your plans are then?
Oh, yes, of course.
Excellent.
Back to the
And you're going to be doing the
school.
art, aren't you? Was it the charcoal paintings, did you say?
I've done some charcoal paintings.
Oh,
Really,
no,
it's a
sorry.
great
It was
medium.
watercolor, wasn't it? Watercolor.
Yes, it was
Melanie
watercolor.
narrow her
Of course,
eyes
sorry,
and
yes.
glare at William.
Sorry, I get mixed up. There's so many different, like...
It's fine. Charcoal's common for quick sketches and things of that nature, but it has been watercolor. In fact, I've done a few pieces while we've been here, if you would like to
I would be honored. I would be honored, yes.
You, of course, are an expert at appraising art. Is that not correct? From your business?
I don't want to tip my horn, but yes, that's absolutely correct.
Perfect. So I've kept them in the spare room. So we can head there after tea.
It would be my pleasure.
While they do that, Melanie wants to go over to Nora and Eliza. Seemingly innocent, very angelic, probably nicer to her mother today. Oh, mother, how is your foot feeling? And sweet Eliza keeping you company. It's just a lovely sight, isn't it?
Well, it's the least that I can do when you've all opened up your home to me.
Yeah, and we always will. I mean, we love when cousins come to stay for the summer, don't we, Mother?
Absolutely. I've always said family first, Melanie.
And it's interesting, isn't it, how large our family is? See, I thought Father only had one sibling.
Yes, and suddenly you seem to be interested in the family tree yet again.
Oh, well, I'm always interested. You know how I am. Such a father's girl. Yeah, I like to keep in touch. But it's
blind
neither
devotion.
here nor there. We're just happy to have family around.
Absolutely, yes. It's the more the merrier. It's been awfully quiet with your father gone, and I thought it would do us some good to get us out of the day today.
I agree. Oh, I do wish he would visit more.
Oh, I
remember
bet
he
you
used
do.
to come home more often, even on business trips. But you know, up sales and higher volume of customers means he must be busy and meeting all sorts of people. And she'll just give Eliza a little.
Yes, and I think speaking of your father, I do believe at lunch somebody mentioned that a letter came from him. I would greatly appreciate being able to read it in case I need to respond.
Did Lucy not give it to you? Oh, yes. Oh, I think it was left in the WC.
You brought a letter into the WC.
Well, I didn't, but
That's fine. I will have no need. I suppose I shall call for Miss Hopewell to go retrieve it for me.
yes. I'd like to read it when you're done. I haven't read it yet.
Of course you haven't. And I like ring a bell and call Miss Hopewell and
yeah, easy enough.
Perfect. Miss Hopewell, my daughters have been very careless in where they have put the familial letters. Could you please go to the WC that Lucy tends to use up near her room and go retrieve that for me, please?
Yes, of course, madam.
And that's exactly where Melanie left the forged letter.
And she will bring it back down, probably wearing gloves, and it's on a little tray, and she's perfumed it.
Oh, thank you, dear Miss Hopewell. What would we do without your superior services?
Thank you, madam.
Of course. So I'm going to take the letter, I'm going to open it up and start reading. And if I remember correctly, it's mentioning, somebody refresh my memory.
It's basically just a vague update, like, oh, my business has taken me further East Europe. I hope all of it'll be worded vaguely, because apparently our father doesn't know the subtleties of letter sending. So it'll essentially be hinting that he hopes that Eliza was well received without naming names. Or just saying oh, I hope the cousins made it in and all of our arrangements that we had previously talked about were settled for them. They were well received. And I would like to visit soon, but It's just vague.
Gotcha. Can I maybe use a token to create a truth of basically I know what the letters between my husband and myself would have been like, especially the past like weeks to the months. So to have like a vague, semi-cordial letter that's not him groveling to come back home is highly suspicious.
Yes.
And I do not believe it. So
100%.
okay, so I'm gonna give up a token for that. I'm going to like slip the letter, like fold it back up and put it in my pocket. I'm not even gonna give it to Melanie during. She goes, "It seems your father is doing well, and he really doesn't have much to say to you girls, but other than he wishes you well, and he hopes to see you soon."
Melanie will give a very dramatic pout.
And I'm gonna add for flavor. She goes, "He did ask about William though, which I did not even realize that he was on the way. So, that is very exciting that he does have very fond memories of our cousin. So, William, he is thinking of you. I just wanted to let you know." And I like call it out across the room.
Well,
of
he
course.
did say they worked together.
Excellent. And I guess I'll turn back to Eliza and go, "So Eliza, what plans do we have for this evening? Are you going to give us one of your very well readings? What book are you going to pick for us?"
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted to read aloud for the family. I will be reading. Insert random book title here.
Lovely.
The hungry caterpillar.
Let's see. No, that's a little too risque.
Oh no, go.
We're
Slipped
really a
his hand.
scandalous family.
I mean, that was established at breakfast, wasn't it?
Maybe some of Shakespeare's poetry.
Sure, that works.
A selection of sonnets.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, buddy. Sorry, my cat. She's like, "Excellent. Lucy, are you planning to entertain the family at all tonight?"
No, not really. Shall I play the pianoforte, Mother?
That sounds lovely, dear. Thank you for making that suggestion. Very nice suggestion. I do believe I forgot to mention something to Miss Hopewell earlier. Can I call like a side scene?
100%.
Yes. Okay, so like I'm gonna like leave. And I'm gonna go find Miss Hopewell. Where are you, Miss Hopewell?
Probably generally cleaning in the hallway, so I'm nearby if you call, but also keeping busy.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna like just very like casually like close like the drawing room door and just kind of come over and go, "Miss Hopewell, how are we doing this afternoon?"
Quite well, madam.
Excellent. I am rather suspicious of the girls, and I know this sounds ridiculous to even mention, but I believe that they are up to something. Have you heard anything from downstairs of any going-ons that I should know about?
Well, madam, there has been a bit of a rumor regarding Lucy. It seems that she has brought back some rather scandalous drawings from Paris.
Takes after her father, I suppose. Very well. Is there confirmation of these drawings? Did anybody see them? Have they been passed about?
Well, The staff that helped unpack her bags had taken note of them, but I don't believe they've been seen about, though I'm afraid everyone knows about it, madam.
Everybody, Miss Hopewell?
I am fairly certain it's everybody.
Excellent. So we must find a way. Perhaps this is how we get Miss Lucy to marry. I thought this might have been a bad thing, but this might be a very good thing indeed. But we shall keep this in our back pocket, yes?
Yes, madam.
Excellent. And I'll say, good day, Miss Hopewell, and return back to the drawing room.
To which Lucy is loudly saying, "Oh, shall we go look at my watercolors in the spare room?" To the assembled.
Oh yes, I would love to see how much you've improved this past year, Lucy. I remember before it looked like big puddles of water on the paper, so hopefully it's actually formed into a shape.
That is definitely how watercolor works. Yes, just big puddles on the page. And we migrate from T to the spare room, which is one of the rooms that is like an additional drawing room that isn't being used right now. So, easels are up to display the work that she has done. Probably a few of things on the estate, I'd say recognizable, though she's all like, and this is Impressionism. It's a little older fashioned now, but you can see visibly the brush strokes, you see. And you use little dots in order to create the large image itself when you step away from it. And over here we have some Art Nouveau. It's very new, very in right now. It's experimental.
Is there anything else you've been experimenting with, Lucy?
Oh, I wouldn't say so, Mum.
Wow, Mother, this is the most interest you've shown in art in a long time. Thinking of
Yes.
adding a gallery to our lovely estate.
Potentially. We'll have to see how it goes. Depends upon your sister and her art.
You know who else is very fond of art, if I may say? William was telling us about some art dealings earlier he did with Father. Maybe he
Yes?
can assist you.
Father?
No, William.
Oh, yes. Well, I suppose if I need to contract into William's expertise, then I will certainly do so. But until then, I think I know the value of my daughter.
Do you?
I do, to the penny.
Right. William. Henry is loitering outside the door and catches your attention. Yep, can't hear you.
You're muted.
Muted.
Hi. I whispered really quietly that only Henry and I could hear. Yeah, I see Henry and I sort of go, oh, excuse me, one moment, and walk over. Everything all right?
Well, so you had asked Henry, or Henry on his own accord has been looking for, anything interesting.
Yeah.
So he will take you to there's 50 rooms in this place, and he will pull out of his jacket a book. The title, and I'm spending a major vein for this to establish the truth, that the book is entitled Flamel's Fancies. Photography has recently become relatively, it's still, quite expensive. And a laborious process, what with the wet plates. But in certain capitals in Europe where the society is a bit more free, one can imagine the uses that this technology is put to. So indeed, he shares with you a lovely bound book of photographic plates. You can imagine what the content is.
Oh, yes, I could imagine. Do I recognize anyone in this book?
Oh, do you recognize anyone in the book? Well, one, would you like...
Can I give a token?
Yeah.
Please.
So wait, I'll give you a token.
Yeah.
The book is entirely of Nora.
Oh, takes after father.
This is a family of delinquents.
This is a proper British family. Wow. Where did you find this?
The lads are the stable boys were passing it around.
This is. Have you looked through it? Have you seen what I've just seen? This is the lady. This is the lady of the manor. This is gold. Are you able to get it back? Put it back or was it moved somewhere where it shouldn't be moved because you don't want to be caught?
Oh no, one of their brothers is a sailor, and gave it to him. He nicked it while they weren't looking.
So there's nothing from here.
The book was not from here.
No, okay, cool, that's fine. Cool. No, great work. This is leverage. This is good. This is good. Great work. How you doing anyway? Are you killing any more pheasants?
Oh yeah, he will tell you that he's loving his time downstairs, making all sorts of connections, and he will proceed to tell you about a couple of the housemaids that he's charmed.
Nice. Maybe a bit resentment. He's having to do that job, but
he seems to be enjoying it.
Okay. All right. Cool. Excellent. Okay. And I'm going to go back. But great work.
All right.
Is everything you value these pictures as, William? If you were to sell them, not that I've ever really sold any of my work. It's more for the artistic integrity,
What, the book I just got given?
No.
Oh.
What?
Okay, that was out of character. I was like, wait, are we talking about the book?
No, just
I did that in the public. Just did it out in the tea room.
You fold it out.
If that happened, I would have started the fire right then. Sorry, what was that, Lucy?
Oh, just about the paintings. If you were to sell them.
Oh, could I really put a price on them? Like, they're priceless. And I sort of nudge slightly.
Who'd you nudge?
Would I
And
nudge?
then-
I don't know.
Lucy goes on to a very, very art speech about how art is priceless, etc., etc., etc.
And I sort of nod and agree and sort of go in conversation about art and the beauty of it and stuff.
All right, so an afternoon well spent admiring various types of artistic work. I mean, let's face it, some are more artistic than others. What happens? And I assume that instructions have been given to plan for guests for a ball, yes? All right, What's the next big story beat that happens?
I think Eliza has had Mr. Burton trying to piece together the fragments that she found.
Well, it could be nothing, or it could be something. It could be something that implicates someone. reveal
Yes.
something untoward.
I don't know. You tell me if this is offering a token or if this is. I think it would be offering, sort of. But I think that the contents that I discover reveal that Melanie is not Lord Flamel's daughter.
Aw.
Which is how he was able to get Nora to take Eliza in.
Oh,
Wow.
Well, I think that is definitely a token offer to Melanie.
You know who your daddy is. Come on.
Others.
No.
Oh, man.
I hate that so much.
You can accept with the condition that it's not Dithers.
Fine, that's it. I don't want it to be Dithers.
Not Others.
Some other noble
Some
man.
other passing lord.
Someone
but...
with money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Money.
Just not Dithers.
No, just
I'm trying to retire to Paris. It's so expensive there. Give me someone I can extort.
All right. So the fact has been established that there were enough clues, and maybe there were a few additional clandestine trips to the aviary to pick up the scraps that weren't disposed of. But over a period of a day or two, you're able to gather enough pieces together, and with the help of Mr. Burton, piece them together, and you now have confirmation that there was a bit of a trade.
Yes.
But
This is why he likes math so much.
Right, exactly. Any scenes that need to occur, not related to that or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Any goals that people want to further in advance of the ball.
It's not really necessarily a scene, but Melanie's just also tasked Lucy with trying to find other ways to keep Mother out of their lives.
You could paint a portrait of her, Lucy.
You know, I mean, it would be like really awkward.
Yeah.
Mail your boo thing and just tell him to use his imagination. Have you, sister?
Yes.
I don't know if this would backfire or not, so sometimes I get ahead of myself. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Have you thought about inviting Edward to the ball?
I haven't really thought about that. He's very nice, but he's in Paris right now, so, and I don't
we could
think
arrange for him to come here.
That is true.
Miss Hopel arrives with a letter for Lucy.
Ah, good. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, madam.
From Edward.
Yeah.
He has plucked up his courage. He has decided that that if he cannot have you, life is not worth living. You are his muse. He is writing to inform you that he intends to arrive and to ask permission formally for your hand in marriage.
Oh, well, we can't let him do that before we extort Mother. He'll just say no automatically.
It's true. It looks like he's arriving. It looks like he's arriving the evening of the ball.
Yes,
Can
in
you,
fact.
like, can we intercept him? Is he like a reasonable man? Can you tell him to just postpone the proposal?
Oh no, when he gets into a state like this, Lucy says, highlighting the melodramatics at the start,
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to stop. It will be very exciting, but I guess we need to learn a bit more about Miss Eliza. Oh, how about you send Miss Daniels to talk to that Mr. Burton and see if she can find something out?
I think I shall. I think I shall. Sister, if he did, well, I mean, he's going to propose. Do you want to say yes?
You know, I hadn't quite thought that far ahead.
What does your heart tell you?
It's probably not my heart talking.
Sister!
I mean, I'll think about it. It's what, like a few days, a week?
You left
Surely I
turn
can
into
make my
Lady
mind by
Chatterley's
then.
lover.
I mean, is it good enough to sign away, the rest of your life?
Well, he seems to have the same values, I think. He likes art.
And other things. Cockatoos.
He likes me. Melanie.
Most scandalous thing we've had all night.
You know what you should do in the meantime? Obviously not to lead him on, because I highly suspect Mother wants someone to marry him. You work on William, and I'll have Miss Daniels work on Mr. Burton. Divide and conquer.
What do we need from William?
I mean, if we're going off of the assumption that Eliza's presence here this summer is no mere coincidence, don't you think it's a little weird that we just decided to suddenly start inviting cousins over?
Hmm.
Did we
It
even
is.
invite him? Did he just show up? How did that happen?
I think it happens. Cousins come and go. It's very common.
It's just we don't have very much information, and that's something that makes me a little uneasy.
Well, get Miss Daniels to it then.
I will.
So
Just also having you get to something other than foreign birds.
wow. So it sounds like we're setting up for a Miss Daniels, Mr. Burton scene, and then potentially a Lucy Williams scene. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Melanie has been somewhat distracted. And as the person who often keeps the books of the house, you are required to go into your father's study to settle the accounts for, the decorations and the food and things like that that'll be required for the upcoming ball. And I'm going to say that you pull out, you are looking for the expenses from the last ball that you had several years ago. And so sorry about the hail on my windows. And so you pull out an old ledger, and a piece of paper falls out.
Oh.
It is a draft will, not executed. But it is a draft will that defines the conditions of your, and more importantly and more explicitly, Lucy's inheritance.
Ah.
So that happens.
And this is the one where it says we have to be married to
Yes.
get it.
Yes. In fact. All right, with that little tidbit, Miss Hopewell. Sorry, Miss Daniels. Yes, Miss Daniels and yes, Miss Daniels and Mr. Burton.
What do we know about Mr. Burton up to this point, or is it just literally nothing?
It's probably nothing except that he came along with Eliza.
Mm-hmm.
And the staff have probably, like, he's been helping out with the staff, so people are familiar with him in, like, this week period-ish that we're in.
Yeah, he is very helpful. And I would probably say dashingly handsome, so.
Okay. Miss Daniels will, because, you know, she's been around Melanie her whole life. She's picked up some drama lessons. She will dramatically wait until, like, there's, like, not many other servants around as she is trying to pin up some decorations, get chandeliers ready, candelabras, all of that. Be struggling with a few large boxes while simultaneously trying to keep an eye out to see if Mr. Burton's going to walk by. And if he doesn't, she'll go find him. But
I think it's kind of, tropey for him to kind of sweep up behind her and take the boxes from her hands. Oh, let me get that for you, Miss Daniels. Always trying so hard to take too much onto your plate.
oh, it would be so cute if they, like, actually fell in love. The only love story in this.
Yeah, like the actual love
Nazareth.
story.
I like to think Miss Daniels is a good person. She just does whatever Melanie tells her to do. She's easily influenced. But she'll be like, oh, thank you so much. I was actually hoping I'd see you as we prepared, or, well, anyone who could help with these boxes, really, but I feel like I haven't got to talk to you much. We took the umbrellas the other day, but the rain was so loud you could barely hear anything.
It was rather disappointing. I was hoping to get to know you better.
Oh, she'll give a little blush. So, you came here with Miss Eliza. Lovely girl. She's so beautiful, too.
She is a delight to work for. Her family is wonderful.
Have you worked for them long?
Oh, many, many years. I've known Eliza since we were young ourselves.
Oh, so just like me and my Miss Melanie.
Oh, that is truly touching. You do grow so close to the people that you take care of all their lives.
You do.
Well, where were these boxes going, Miss Daniels? We can talk, of course.
Oh, we have to take these boxes out to the storeroom because these were the spring decorations, but we have to exchange them for the summer decorations. Sounds silly, I know, but I guess when you have this much money, it becomes very important what colors you put up.
I won't pretend to understand the differentials, but I am more than happy to assist.
She'll lead him out to the storeroom, grabbing a smaller box on her own because it's still got to get done. So, and as they're walking, I'm trying to think. Oh, you're muted, Zero.
Yeah, you can always offer an adversity token to Tough for Mr. Burton to reveal something that he shouldn't.
Can other people do that on their behalf, or?
Yeah, I mean, anyone can offer an adversity token at any time to anyone to introduce something awful, or can simply spend something. But if it is contrary to the interests of one of the main characters, typically it's an offer to that player. Yeah. But if it's like, Miss Daniels falls in a hole, and that's just a spend.
Fall in a hole and carry me out.
Right.
Yeah. Another sprained ankle.
Yeah.
Man, this house just has really bad foundation.
I mean, I've got a token that I'm happy to give out if something wants to happen.
I've got one. I'll use it. I'll offer it to Tough. And I'm trying to think of what I would say, maybe like a secret for a secret.
Right.
But now I'm trying to think of...
Well, I think it'd be the knowledge that some people, like at least Melanie, or maybe just Miss Daniels, knows that we know that Eliza is Lord Flamel's daughter. And in exchange, we know that Melanie is not Lord Flamel's daughter.
Yeah, because Mr. Burton knows.
Okay, then sure.
Yeah.
You want a token for that, baby?
Sure.
So overcome by each other's charms.
Yeah, they're all blushing and giggling.
Yes.
Like in the storehouse, and there's, like a pile of straw in the corner, and somehow we wind up entangled and, close to each other, sharing secrets.
Yes.
Whirlwind romance.
In the hay.
Yeah, in the hay.
Lovely. And out of that comes revelations.
Miss Daniels trips as she's carrying the box and falls into his arms, and then they land in the hay, and then they start making out and then whispering sweet nothings.
Something heaving bosoms, yes. Excellent. What else needs to happen? The day of the ball is approaching. Miss Hopewell is obviously primarily coordinating as the housekeeper, and is doing a spectacular job, much to the chagrin of Mrs. Mold, the older housemaid who really felt like the housekeeper role belonged to her. And a few things happen, cakes are inexplicably pulled out of the oven too soon and fall. Some decorations break, always not with any obvious evidence, but I think the reader is left to the conclusion that Mrs. Mold is perhaps sabotaging as a way of making Miss Hopewell look bad. So Miss Hopewell has her hands full. What else happens? What else is required to prepare for the day of the ball?
I do want to have a mini scene with Miss Daniels, because this is going to be scandalous on its own. Obviously, she can't exactly tell Melanie what she found out, because Melanie would lose her mind. She's going to go to Lucy.
Oh no.
Because she grew up with Lucy too. She knows how much that Melanie idolizes her sister and cares for her. So she's just gonna go knock on her door.
Oh, come in.
Miss Lucy.
Lucy is languishing on the fainting couch, as you do when you don't have anything better to do with your spare time.
She'll walk in and, picking up the habit from Melanie, locks the door behind her. Miss Lucy, I would like to know if I can confide in you about something.
Well, of course.
And I'm quite nervous. I don't want it to affect the way that you view your sister, because honestly, I think you're the person she cares most about in this world, and it's not my intention to pull you apart, but it's for her concern that I come to you.
What could it be? What is it? Is she all right?
Well, for now. Maybe we should hide the matches in the house after today, but you see,
she has been talking a lot about arson.
You've noticed that too, then.
Yes.
You see, I was in a rendezvous with...
A rendezvous? Please, tell me more.
Well...
Details.
I mean, it was just a very... Oh, it's kind of romantic, actually. It was just a lovely little trip that led to more. But that's besides the point here. I'm sure you've experienced.
A rendezvous with who, Miss Daniels? Come, sit.
She'll sit down, and she's very flustered, uncomfortable, fidgety. This is outside of Ella Daniels' comfort zone. but she does trust Lucy, so she'll say, "Oh, well, I was just trying to learn some gossip for my lady, your dear sister, and I was with the stunning Mr. Burton. Oh, I do hope he
Mr.
stays around."
Burton. Oh, well, perhaps he will.
For my heart and other things, I do hope so.
Oh, you know, dear, that if you had to choose the life of a married woman and had to leave our service to do so, that would be totally acceptable, especially at your age.
I know. I would just miss this family. I've been with you my entire life. It's hard to choose, but we're getting off track. We're getting off track.
You might not have to choose to stay in this family. Any rate, what were you saying?
Well, Mr. Burton told me something rather scandalous. They basically, Miss Eliza had found some papers shredded in the birdhouse, and they put them together, and well, I know that Eliza is Lord Flamel's daughter.
Yes.
But what I now know that you don't know that I'm about to tell you is that Melanie is not.
What? And then Lucy faints, obviously, as you do. You have to get the smelling salts to wake me up, obviously.
Yeah, she does. She gets some tea as well, runs back, locks the door bag, gets the smelling salts, tea, a little bit of medicine for her nerves.
Ah, yes, the laudanum. Perfect. More medicine.
Miss Daniels is nothing if not efficient.
Yeah. And what a shock. What a scandal. And this was in some papers from our father?
Well, between your father and mother, yes. She is your mother's daughter. I think the dramatics proved that alone. But
yes.
I just, it's not something I can't keep this from her, but I can't tell her myself now, especially if we...
Not now, not before the ball. She'll burn the place down. No, we'll wait until after the ball. We're planning, you see. What if we...
the only thing we don't know is who it is. I didn't get a name. All that I know is he's some other lord somewhere, but...
Well, that might not matter. As long as we can get the inheritance and go to Paris, we can ask Father ourselves. And I mean, he's coming to the ball, so it should work out.
Speaking of, is he set to arrive before the ball or at the day of the ball?
The day of, during the middle of the ball, I think, at the most dramatic time, yes?
Oh, yes, okay. I was just worried about lodging and keeping him hidden.
Approximately within 15 minutes of Edward, most likely.
They're sharing a carriage.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what if they do?
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
But Miss Lucy, I just worry about your sister. She does idolize, I guess, your father very much. I fear this would break her.
No, she's made of sterner stuff than that. Probably.
Well, if not break, then incite the fires both within and out
yes,
of her.
it would incite the fires. So but money can solve many fiery problems. And moving to another country can also solve those problems. So we'll just wait until the ball and we'll get the inheritance and then we'll be away from all of these problems. And perhaps you can come with us too, Miss Daniels.
Oh, I haven't thought about it. There's a lot that I have to consider. I mean, I don't exactly rendezvous in the hay with anyone. That's something to consider now.
Oh, don't. You have so much to learn, Miss Daniels. So much to learn.
Maybe Paris would do me some good learning.
Paris would do you wonders.
Maybe it would do Mr. Burton wonders. Yeah, who knows? We'll cross that bridge before we burn it.
Yes. And then we cut to a scene of Miss Daniels removing matchbooks from as many visible surfaces as possible.
She keeps them all in the servants' quarters, takes out any unnecessary candles from Melanie's room. She just has one in the corner.
Well, so final preparations. It is the day of the ball.
Oh. Can my final preparation be a really quick bathroom break?
Sure.
I'm gonna be so bad. I'll be right back.
Nora, William, Eliza, Lucy, Miss Hopewell. Well, Miss Hopewell is up to her elbows. Dithers, Henry, Mr. Burton. What plans are being laid to come to fruition at the ball?
So I was thinking maybe Dithers was unfortunately asked to help in the kitchen.
Yes.
To help prepare the meal. So he's got Mr. Burton and Henry there with him, and he's trying to like give some subtle hints, but basically he's got like a butcher's knife and he's got like the pig on the table and he's like chopping and he's just like
oh, Henry's not getting it.
So you know that the ladies of this house mean great deal to me, eh?
And he like chops like the next leg. He goes, and it would be a right shame if something goes right wrong at this little affair tonight, right?
Yes.
Chops off like pig ear. He goes, and he's like holding it now. He's just like flinging it around a little bit. He goes, now I know yous two are out here meddling about here around my house. The Lord's house, the lady's house. The house. Don't be meddling about, you hear? You keep to your corridors. You keep to your own private ladies or lads. The lads that act like a little bit like ladies because they won't touch the pig ear parts. And remember, everything goes right tonight. This is meant to be a good time for the family.
Are you? How close is this butcher's knife as you're saying this?
The butcher's knife isn't too close, but like the pig ear is like touching your nose.
That's fine. I think that's what Henry's more worried about: the pig nose than the knife. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
And he's gonna look at Mr. Burton. Now, Mr. Burton, if I catch yous lying around with the maids again in my bales of hay, I might have to chop you up too.
Oh, Mr. Dithers, you worry too much. I have no intentions of causing any problems whatsoever.
Right. And I've got no intentions of feeding you to Tiny. Do I?
Who's Tiny?
Wouldn't you like to know? I'll tell you what, he's not tiny at all.
Prize pig.
Maybe it's the family bear.
The second bear.
The other bear.
There's Tough and then there's Tiny. Tiny we don't introduce to guests.
Oh, I'm just saying, Mr. Burton, you better keep your hands where I can see them all evening long.
Oh, Mr. Dithers, you don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Miss Hopewell will enter and be like, oh, Dithers, looks like it's coming along nicely.
Yes, Miss Hopewell, what are we chopping up after the piggy?
Are we chopping up more stuff?
It's a ball, Henry.
Of course we are, Henry. This is merely the main pig. We, of course, have a couple other ones, and then, of course, the pheasants, one for each guest. So, hope you're ready to pluck more feathers, Henry. Mr. Burton, a word?
Yes, of course.
And pull him aside and just be like, Dithers has been quite informative about your activities here in the manor, and I'll see to it that they stop or that there is an appropriate marriage proposal. Do we understand, Mr. Burton?
Oh, Miss Hopewell, I would not dare to lead the lady on. I assure you what occurred in that haystack was a pure accident. The lady tripped, and we both fell.
Ah, you both fell.
And then just
Into
kept
the
falling
haystack.
over and over with the clay.
Yes.
There was a glitch in the system or something.
There was much shock over the circumstances.
You had to make sure that she could breathe from the shock, so you had to remove
Yes.
her. Yeah, got it.
Yeah,
She was
of course.
struggling to properly inhale.
Mr. Burton, I have heard a myriad of excuses, and you shall not take advantage of my ladies. Let that be clear.
No, Miss Hopewell, I would never dream of it. Miss Daniels is an absolute delight, and that is all.
An absolute delight. Noted. I'll walk away briskly because, I mean, there's a ball to attend, and I'm supposed to say, excellent work, Dithers.
Yes, Miss Hopewell, I always appreciate the compliments.
Henry, would you...
I'm sure Dithers finds like an extra, I don't know, like tip, treat, something nice, because, you know, watching out for the ladies.
Yes.
Hey, Henry, will you come help me cook some more of these pheasants over here?
Yes.
Pull Henry to the side.
I'd say we got the best pheasant pluckers in town.
Thank you, Dithers. Dying. Look, Henry, I understand a little bit why they were talking to me. I mean, things happen, but do you have anything that you know about?
About what? I don't know nothing. I don't know about plucking pheasants.
Which is a little odd for a servant.
Just, you know, I'm learning. You know, I didn't get to do the bloody stuff. I wasn't trusted, so, you know, I guess it's a good thing. As I'm plucking these feathers and going, this is good. This is fine.
So were you demoted then? It doesn't sound like you were used to kitchen work or getting your hands dirty whatsoever.
I was more up like on like upstairs with like sort of like serving like on the floor rather than down here. But hey, you know, you got to do everything. You got to learn stuff, whatever it takes. You know, got to keep the Lord happy or lady of the house happy, don't we? No.
Well, obviously I'm not as intrinsically tied with this. When did you come to work for them again?
Last week. Not been long. No, about a week or two, I think. Not been here long.
And where were you employed before this?
I was applied somewhere else, which is non-discreet at the moment. I work with like another lord, Lord Huffington.
I would like to offer you a determination token to make it a truth that Mr. Burton has been trailing you and has seen you interacting with William.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
That's fantastic. Excellent.
Yes, I have seen you working with another lord. I wouldn't say it was a Lord Huffington, but more of a Lord Dartmouth.
What? Dartmouth? Who's Dartmouth?
I think we both know.
Dartmouth?
You are very good at playing dumb, and I'm not sure if that's just genuinely you or if you're just that good.
I mean, like, thanks. I think I'm not really sure what you're talking about though. But
I've
like,
seen you talking with William. Henry, let's cut to the chase.
I mean, I'm helping the guests, helping, Lord, lady of the house, and everyone who happens to be here. As we all do.
And yet, it seems peculiar that out of everyone in the house, you go to the person who arrived around the same time as you, and only him.
I mean, he trusts me. I feel we have some sort of bond, so.
And what exactly does he trust you with?
I'm going to give a token back to Eliza. No, not Eliza. Sorry, it's Mr. Burton, isn't it? I'm going to give a token back, and I will make the truth. Does it actually have to be a truth, or can it just be something that I can sort of spin?
You muted 0.
When you spend or offer the token, it becomes true.
Becomes true.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be that it's like you're trying to get it so that Mr. Burton believes that that's the truth, that that's what he heard.
Yeah, the truth could be, I'm actually Prince from India, or it could be Mr. Burton believes that. Either of those is the truth.
Got it. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So yeah, I offer the token. Well, actually, it's like don't tell anyone, but like Sir William, he wanted me to check something which only I could sort of check. He trusted me with it. He didn't want any sort of the female staff to have a look. I don't really want to say more, a bit embarrassing, but yeah. But yeah, that was for me. Just that's why. And so I think he's trusted me a bit more than others. So yeah.
Right. And
yeah.
Well, you see, I'm here trying to assist Lady Eliza in her marital pursuits. Is there something wrong with him?
It was just a freckle.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good.
I mean, nothing to be concerned about. I think just need to keep an eye on it. Nothing that needs a doctor to get involved. I don't think. So no, I think everything's all right. Why you? What about? I mean, what about Eliza? I thought is she interested or with William?
Well, I can't say that he would be the worst bachelor that we've seen available.
Nah. I don't know. Seems a bit of an airhead sometimes, but I don't know. But I guess.
No, it's not always about, brains. At least not for everybody. But, well, Henry.
Yes.
Wanted to extend a hand in an offer of peace. And if you find anything interesting about Mr. Dartmouth, or if you hear anything interesting about my lady, then if you would be so kind as to let me know.
Of course, absolutely.
And I'll just shake his hand and suddenly slip a currency of whatever we're using.
Pounds?
Yeah.
Quid?
Yeah, quid. Yeah, quid. Well, the quid's a slang. The pound's the actual number. Quid's a slang. Well, I think like a £1 would be enough. I think in that time, I think a pound would be quite a lot.
Yeah, a sovereign.
Yeah. Sovereign. Yeah. When I see it, I don't know if you want to notice this or not, but I I think if I was a servant, it'd seem like quite a lot. But I think with my history or my secrets, I don't really respond to it. Like I accept it, but I don't know. Maybe there's a bit of a different reaction that you maybe normally would have expected potentially.
I would like to use a major boon and offer the determination to Dithers to witness this exchange and understand that expression. I like Dithers being everywhere and seeing everything. It's great.
Absolutely. Dithers sees all.
Well, does that go to Dithers or does that go to Henry?
It would go to
I don't know.
Henry, I think.
Since Henry's the one
Okay.
that's being
Since
negatively
it would
affected.
Oh, yeah.
reveal.
Yeah, it goes to Henry then.
Yeah.
Let me use the thing because I don't actually have anything. I gotta use the.
Cool.
Excellent. So Dithers knows all. Dithers probably
No,
already
see, no.
suspected because Dithers knows that like, it has observed Henry, and it's very clear that he doesn't have servant's manners. Excellent.
He's going to be fed to Tiny.
Quite possible. We shall have to see.
Oh, goody.
All right. Guests are arriving. What happens?
Fire.
I mean,
Okay.
probably. Maybe not. We don't know.
Not yet. Not yet.
The fire can be metaphorical.
Metaphorical
and-
and physical.
Yeah.
So,
Yet. Not yet.
So I guess like I would be in the main entryway, like preparing to meet and greet each guest as they go through. I would expect my daughters to be with me,
Of
but
course.
whether they are or not,
Oh, Melanie is with you. Absolutely.
of course, again, to be expected. But wherever could Lucy be?
She's late getting ready. Her nerves are working hard. Probably due to the fact that not only has she learned some truths about her sister, but also Edward is coming and she's never mentioned him before, and he's going to walk in and say, "I love you, Lucy, marry me, let us elope together," or something like that. Which will be a little awkward to explain.
yes.
Melanie probably sent Miss Daniels to help Lucy get ready because she's been ready for hours. She was dressed, hair done, makeup done before. So she's like, go take care of my sister.
And then Edward walks in to my entryway. I'm
At
like,
least, like, tell-
screaming for dithers.
Well, is Miss Burton there helping to greet the guests? Sorry, is Eliza?
Oh,
There.
yes. I was like, wait.
Yes, because she's, a very esteemed cousin.
Yes, of course.
Well, this
Melanie
is
will even
probably
let her
like my
stand first.
debut.
Yeah, she's like, sure, marry her off. I don't care. Here you go.
All right. So, various the rector and his shrewish wife arrive first, of course, because he wants to get to the best brandy before anyone else does, and she wants to poke around in all the corners and judge everything. Various other, notables from the nearby countryside, friends and rivals arrive. You greet them all graciously. So, what's the first thing that happens when things begin to go wrong?
Well, should Edward show up first, or should Dad? Or did they
I
really
think
ride
Edward should
together?
show up first because the multiple of accusations of whose dad is gonna really overwrite anything that Edward does, probably. So
Alright.
he'll arrive first.
And what does Edward look like?
I mean, he's very handsome. Incredibly handsome. Very, very artist thing. Because I kind of assume he's also someone who went to... He's like at whatever school
The Sorbonne.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh wow. Chat, jeez. We don't. I mean,
Chat's coming on Rawley.
if you want to spend a determination token to establish the measurements of his nethers, feel free.
Can anyone get involved in that?
Oh no! It's just a minor boon.
It depends.
Use a minor boon.
It depends. Wow.
Use minor boon.
All right.
No, Jen, no, not one token.
Wow. All right.
The closest we're getting is what Katie said, which is well endowed. And
All
that's
right.
it.
All right. So yes, he will arrive, and very, very handsome. Probably not entirely suitably dressed, but too modern. Rather louche gentleman, who will sweep in, and he arrives at roughly the same time as a number of other guests, and so he's there in the entryway, kind of standing and looking, and catches eyes with Lucy and waves very excitedly, and begins pushing his way through the crowd, such that the local gentry kind of notice and harumph a bit at his rudeness. What happens?
Melanie's keeping Nora distracted, trying to keep her attention anywhere that's not on this man causing a scene. Like, oh, look, this could be a suitor for Eliza. I heard he's single.
And while that is happening, I will sweep forward and quite deliberately do the French cheek kisses at Edward, as opposed to anything else, and say, "Oh, Edward, it's so good to see you. Please come this way," leading him hopefully directly to a side area and not past my mom.
Oh no, I think you lead him directly
yeah.
into a servant carrying a tray of cordials. Which definitely the clatter of the tray on the parquet floor certainly attracts Nora's attention.
Oh my! Oh, mess is already in. Lucy? Lucy, who are you over there with? And I'm just gonna like hike up my skirts a little bit and just start like trucking over like.
I'll get past all this spilled champagne real quick. Don't mind me. Ankle's just fine.
Knock one back before she gets there.
Yeah, Nora is so intrigued she forgets to limp.
It was going to be a conversation topic, you know.
So what happens?
Melanie's following, by the way.
I'm marching over.
I turn. I presume my arm is linked with Edward.
Of course.
And then I'll be like, "Oh, mother, meet Edward. Edward Moreau."
Yes. Oh, my dear lady, I have so longed to meet you. Your daughter speaks of nothing else, and then we'll grab your hand and kiss it. Maybe click his heels a little bit because he's European. I don't know.
Yes, Mr. Moreau, was it?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but how do you know Lucy?
He will loudly proclaim, "We are in love and destined to spend our lives together."
I'm gonna just break out laughing. Oh, Lucy, you have found yourself quite an amusing young man. Tell me, Mr. Moreau, what sort of family do you even come from? I mean, you are from France.
Oh, my family's in horses.
Oh.
A profitable career choice. Everyone buys horses, Mother.
I'm just gonna look at you like Melanie, please, Melanie, like I don't, no. Lucy, I do think that it is very thoughtful of you to try to invite friends from, I'm assuming, school. I'm hoping school. But this is not a friend event, right? This is
We are so much more than friends, madam. Our hearts beat as one, with a love that shines brighter than the sun on a summer's day.
I'm sure it does, young man. Unfortunately, Lucy is not afforded the ability to choose love over duty. So unfortunately, the little tryst I'm assuming that you have had.
Oh, I'm not allowed to choose love over duty, and I turn and kiss him.
Oh yeah,
Melanie
in the French style.
as they're doing that, she'll go, "Not allowed, little tryst." Oh, but Mother, you know all about those.
Enemy, you hold your tongue. You speak not of what you do not know of what you speak.
I mean, it appears everyone in this family really likes their little tryst. Why not allow Lucy a chance at happiness? But I'm sure we could continue this conversation in private unless you would like me to get louder.
Oh no, please. We've already opened the floodgates to our guests, so why turn away now? We might as well give them a show, shouldn't we?
I mean, I think everyone likes a little fireworks show, don't you think?
Lucy has stopped making out at this point. Conversation.
Like, Melanie's willing to burn down the world for her sister. And here we are.
Lucy, the final answer is no, and you can tell your friend to leave. Melanie, we will discuss this later.
Oh, but you just wanted to discuss it now.
What tryst are you talking about, Melanie?
Oh, I'm talking about the appearance, we'll say, of our dear cousin.
I would be very, very careful of what words you say next, Melanie. It would be a tragedy if everyone were to learn something that upset them tonight.
Wouldn't it?
Perhaps we should discuss this privately.
All the other guests are just like popcorn.
Winnicott starts walking in. What was everyone talking about?
15 minutes late.
Well, William, it seems your dear cousin Lucy thinks that she is going to be running away with some random Frenchman, and at this point, I think I might even prefer it.
Ooh, can we just go with that route then? Save us all some trouble and heartache?
Absolutely, and it will save me quite a few pennies knowing that your sister will not earn her inheritance for not marrying per the stipulations.
About that. You see, maybe you should hold your tongue, Mother, before we really learn some upsetting events, like documents that lack a signature.
Yes, and if
Relations?
Oh, they didn't tell you?
They didn't tell me what.
I only just found out myself. Apparently, apparently, in order to pass along our inheritance, and the reason Mother is so insistent on controlling every aspect of our lives, is that we must be married.
Mother.
Lucy. It is the only thing that I've ever wished and wanted for you girls. The only thing. It has been my sole duty in life to assure that you are well taken care of long after your father and I are gone.
And I feel like we can make that decision for ourselves. You can find another duty.
Edward's
not
still
how this
cool,
works.
right? Edward's like, I still love you, right?
Oh, Edward is he's too polite.
He's too polite.
He's caught up in all this. No, Lucy, do you love me?
Yes. But we look up, look down. Yes.
Look up, look down, look somewhere else.
Yes.
Will you marry me, Lucy?
Like gasp.
Yes.
He gets down on one knee. Wait, he puts one finger on your lips. Before you answer, there's something I have to tell you. My name is not Moreau.
What is it?
It's the name I use for my art. I don't want people to judge me based on my family. But before I tell you, you're certain you would forsake your family, you would forsake your obligations to live in Paris in a life of just constant pleasure and no obligation whatsoever.
Well, I kind of was thinking we'd live in Paris.
Yeah.
Are we all here hearing this as well?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Cool.
And like create art and stuff.
Of course, of course.
Then yes.
All right. My real name is Edward von something German. Essenhassen Flessenfachen.
No, I like the something German. I like that. That's actual
Just he just hacks at you. I disguised my family's origin because I was afraid that their fame and wealth would prejudice the art world in my favor, and I wanted to earn my name as a Parisian artiste on my own merit.
That's beautiful.
Yes. So it does mean, however, that we'll have to spend some time in the family's palace in Monaco.
Oh.
But just the winters.
It seems reasonable.
Well, Mother, is that good enough for your shallow taste?
I suppose. I want to see some papers.
Where's the ring?
The door slams open. Nora, my love.
Oh no!
Mother! Papa!
Girls, give your father a hug.
Melanie runs right over. Oh my god.
What does Eliza do?
She also runs over.
Oh.
Melanie will glare at you, but she's not stopping you.
He just
She'll just go,
holds all three of you, gives all three of you a kiss, and then runs and then strides over to Nora and goes to embrace you.
I like put my hand on his chest and stop. And I go, what in the world are you doing here? This was not part of the agreement.
Oh, well, I know, but then you invited me to come back. I knew that you would see reason at some point. I mean, we've all made our mistakes, haven't we, dear?
Yes to the mistakes, but in no way, shape, or form did I invite you back here.
Well, the good news is the first edition's selling quite well.
Lord Flamel.
Yes, we've printed 1,000 copies.
Lord Flamel, say it is not so.
Yes. Yes. They're flying off the shelves.
Oh my goodness, I'm worth a fortune.
Yes. Oh, well, you will adorn some of the finest rooms, or at least drawers in the finest rooms, in the continent.
It was a sacrifice I was willing to make.
I'm even speaking to a publisher in America next week.
Oh, the Americas. Oh, I heard it is lovely along the East Coast. We can go from city to city, port to port. I heard the Jersey Boardwalk is something else.
Yes, yes. Well, now that all is forgiven and I've returned, what has happened in my absence?
Oh, it is awful. Lucy, well, it's awful but fantastic, but Lucy is engaged, and
Well, good.
Melanie is not as hysterical as she was before. Miss Eliza is doing fantastic, and William is, I believe, more interested in the business than ever.
I disappeared slightly because I got some food and came back and just got little hands eating whatever. I don't know what I'm eating, but I'm just, hey, good to see you. Do I know what's his name? Not just the father of the
Arthur.
people. Arthur. Arthur.
Father too.
Lovely to see you.
Ah,
How you doing?
Young Bill. Keeping yourself
Insane.
hale and hearty.
Oh, of course. I see you doing well. You look good.
How's that young girl that you've been seeing? Shame she's penniless.
Well, you can't choose love, can you? So, but no, she's doing well. She's away with family at the moment, so I thought I'd visit here and see all of you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've already seen all of Lady Flamel.
What does that mean, Father?
Yeah,
it's
what
between
does
you-
that mean?
It's between me, your mother, and several publishers and several thousand people. Book lovers.
Of what kind of book, Father?
Oh,
I
art.
didn't think.
You know how I love the art.
It's a picture book deal. You don't worry about it.
Yes.
Oh, you've drawn pictures? I didn't know you did drawings.
It's quite educational.
Actually, yes.
Nothing you girls need to worry about. It looks like we're having a party. Come on.
Yes, come on in. And I put her arm and reminisce of so what you've been up to and stuff since I last saw you.
And so he will regale you with various different tales of models that he's met. Plans for the second edition.
Excellent.
What else happened? He will inquire as to your fine mother. Handsome woman.
What, my mother?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you think maybe...
This
Oh my
is
God.
series part 1 and part 2.
I mean, my mother's doing well. I haven't seen her for a while, so, but
All right. How do things go wrong? Or wronger?
I'm sorry, what?
how do
wrong
things
then?
get worse?
So Dithers is gonna come out. Oh no. And he's got both sleeves rolled up. He's like kind of
Oh, no.
sweaty, kind of like, he's got like a little bit of like dried like animal blood on him. And he seems like pretty huffy puffy, like not pleased. And he's just like, Lord Flamel, I've got the news that I've got to tell you right now. You gotta listen to me now, sir. Do you hear me?
So there's my good man.
Yes. Go ahead, regale me with the theatrics, but I need you to listen to me real good, man.
Yes, of course.
We have got a snake in the house.
A snake.
A snake, I tell you, and the snake is about. And he's gonna look over at Mr. Burt and he goes, "How tall are you?"
What?
Yeah, he's a small man, maybe about 5'4", I think. But he's a snake indeed. He's been messing with the staff.
Miss Daniels is blushing and trying to sink into the corner.
The poor little lambs of your estate.
Well, we can't have that funny business, can we, Dithers?
No, sir, we cannot.
Well, Mr. Burton, I think you should do right by Miss Daniels.
What?
Or I'll have Dithers flog you.
I do worse than that, sir.
That is unnecessary, sir. I'm just sorry that I couldn't give Miss Daniels the proper attention that a lady deserves, but I will be sure to rectify that if she would allow me.
That's a lie. You gave her all the proper attentions in the hay bale.
Mr. Dithers!
There was nothing that untoward.
I don't believe it.
All right, that love appears to be in the air. Cannon, would you do the honors? The cannon will come forward. Yes, my lord? Marry these two.
Good night.
All right.
Now it's a wedding.
Now it's a wedding.
Shotgun slash butcher's cleaver wedding. So the ballroom, some chairs are brought around from the walls, and the guests are invited to witness this. So in the midst of the nuptials, what else goes wrong?
They grow up so fast.
I feel like Eliza and Melanie wind up sitting next to each other somehow.
Yes.
Because they have to.
Yeah.
And what happens?
Melanie's just gonna turn to her and go, look. I understand I have to accept you. Am I going to do it right this second? No. Do I hope you find a nice man to get engaged to? Sure. Do I want to find a nice man to get engaged to? No. Are we settled? Are we good?
Oh, I think we are, but are you and your father? Well, yeah. I would say our father, but that might be a bit of a lie.
Excuse me.
All I'm saying is that maybe there isn't just one unfaithful person in this family.
If you're gonna say something, maybe just stop beating around the bush and say it now, dear sister.
Well, you do look significantly more like your mother, but I just don't see any of your father in you. Now, the Lord over there, however, you do have his eyes.
Camera cuts over to another local noble who looks exactly like Melanie.
Yeah.
Melanie is gonna make eye contact with Lucy, who is sitting on the other side of Eliza. I'm gonna say, gauge her reaction. And then I'm so sorry, BB. She's gonna slap Eliza. Just right across the face.
Well, I never.
And it happens just as the
Like,
vows, right? Just as the kiss and everyone's clapping.
Yeah.
All the poor guests are confused. Henry would be he would probably be trying to mix in with the group and grab some food or whatever. Mr. Burton might be taking the opportunity while people are distracted to try to poke around a bit, maybe.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Burton, who is poking around away from the crowd.
Wait, he's getting married.
Yeah, wait.
Oh no, you're
right
right.
now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Who do we have? Who do we have? It would have to be Miss Daniels then.
Miss Daniels is
Is
also,
also
He's
married.
also getting married.
Who do we have
Miss
left?
Hopewell is not
Miss
getting married.
Hopewell.
Miss Hopewell. All right.
Everyone get
Sorry.
married. Jeez.
Sorry.
Dithers is holding the cleaver, making
Yes,
sure that
Dithers is busy. Everyone's busy except for Miss Hopewell. I will say Miss Hopewell returns to the kitchens to grab something since everyone is caught up in the confusion and nuptials. To go and check with something, or to grab a special bottle of champagne or something, and sees Mrs. Mold sneaking her way back toward the house, coming from the direction of the menagerie. She
Highly suspicious.
and so she waits for Miss Mold to come in. When she does, she kind of sneaks in and then starts when she sees Miss Hopewell.
And what were you doing outside, Miss Mold? There's more cooking to be done.
Checking on the chickens for more eggs, yeah.
I'm sorry, are we in the 1920s now?
Suddenly, yes.
I think we were anyway.
Approximately.
See? You won't get nothing out of me, copper.
And where are the eggs then, Miss Mold?
Well, they didn't lay any, did they?
Usually
Shouldn't
they
you
don't.
get back to your fancy upstairs friends?
They are preoccupied with the wedding right now. Seems like we'll have to hire another replacement maid, perhaps, depending on how the evening goes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm busy.
Indeed you are.
And the camera sees her walk away, and then she smiles evilly.
Right. So Miss Hopewell is heading out to check on the chickens.
All right. Miss Hopewell checks the menagerie. Well, there aren't any chickens out there. Just a cockatoo. But
And that's just the guests.
right. But Miss Hopewell thinks everything is fine until she realizes that Tuff's pen is empty.
Oh no. Oh no, I must go warn the guests.
Well, and it occurs to you that as a beloved pet before they grew too large, Tuff was fed a diet entirely of cake.
Raisins.
Yes, raisin cake. Yes. And Miss Hopewell has a vision of the massive raisin cake that is currently sitting in the dining room awaiting the guests, and puts two and two together.
Oh no. Running fast.
So the camera sees Miss Hopewell racing, skirts held up, through the dewy grass, back towards the house. But unfortunately, is unable to arrive in time before there is a crash that everyone in the house hears. What happens?
What the bloody hell was that? I think I go
in
I go
the
towards
distance,
noise.
probably from the outside, you just hear Miss Hopewell going like, "Bear! It's Tuff! The bear! She's out!" But only, I don't think it's entirely audible.
No, I don't hear it. I just go in and, oh, what's that noise?
So what happens?
Somebody's saying over there.
Over there.
Over there.
Where?
Over where? I know. I guess I
It's
would
got
go
some
towards the noise.
stuff.
I like to think before the big crash, Melanie was right in the middle of like marching up to her mother.
This is the moment I'm going to do it. You're like, this is it.
So Melanie doesn't hear it because she's got tunnel vision.
Major tunnel vision.
Melanie accosts Nora. What happens as William makes his way to the back of the house?
I'm accosted? Oh my god.
Yes, you're accosted by Melanie.
Yeah.
I'm trying to calm this child down.
I'm trying to choose my words carefully.
No, why are you?
No, me, Katie, is choosing my words carefully for the channel's rating.
Oh, I see.
It's like, apparently everyone in this family just has their little trysts. Do you care to explain yours, Mother?
I have no idea what you're talking about, and for you to make such a wild assumption of your mother.
For you to sit here and act like you're ignorant, that's just insulting. That's a new low for you.
I mean,
I thought you couldn't get any lower, but apparently you really like to.
Again, you speak on things of which you have no knowledge.
No knowledge. Sure. Yet
Minimal
I had
knowledge?
knowledge about Father's secret daughter, who had knowledge about my secret father. There's a lot of knowledge going around this house, Mother, and let me tell you, you're the one without the knowledge here.
Well, it could be argued that you are also the secret daughter, but that's neither here nor there.
That's like what I just said, Mom.
I think you're referring to your half-sister, but
Technically not my anything sister. Didn't come from you, and I didn't come from him, so...
Oh yeah, that's fair. You're really odd men out, aren't you?
Someone is.
Well, I mean, if we're going to push the point, let's be very careful with our words, because your inheritance or lack thereof will depend on it.
Oh, I don't need a single penny from you.
Well, you don't get it from your father. Whichever one you're thinking of, neither.
But he will get it from me, Lucy says, coming in, dragging Edward, apparent prince.
He's like, what's happening?
Does he have any brothers?
Do you like horses?
You like horses riding across the mountain range? No. Melanie is my sister, no matter what nonsense has gone on in this household, and she will not be kept from the life that she wishes to have.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as she gets married.
You don't get to decide anything for me.
I do. I'm still
You're
your
gonna
mother.
sit there and be a little degenerate with your books and your trysts and your countless men in your bed.
Can we, at this point, can the book that Henry was carrying, like, fall out of his pocket or something like that?
Of course.
I was thinking exactly
of
that.
course.
Yes, thank
100%.
you.
100%. Yep.
Like, you just walk by and then suddenly just...
No,
fast.
more to the point.
wait.
So Henry's around the corner,
Yep.
leafing through the book. William comes rushing. William, white as a sheet, having seen this massive apparition making its way towards the dining room, rushes up the hall, jostles Henry, and the book in slow motion flies out into the center of the crowd that has gathered in the ballroom. And then we just see the leaves of the book slowly separating from the spine, drifting like falling leaves in autumn. You see guests kind of reaching out and grabbing them out of the air.
Oh, Mother, you really are a delinquent.
Mother.
I mean, really, these are quite tame compared to your sisters.
Oh, whoops! I just found this.
Well, you have.
Why did you hold on to it?
I was intrigued. I'm sorry.
He's only a man.
He was saving it for later.
Right.
And apparently 1,000 other people.
Right. A few of those pages are tucked together. So Henry attempts to cover a bit, but William, I think, has something more important to say, having seen what's coming. Mrs. Mole's revenge.
What have I got to say? Sorry,
well, you went into you went back to the kitchen to see the back door broken in.
Oh yeah, good point. Bear.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought that was common knowledge by now. Sorry.
No, you're the only one who went back there to check it out.
That's
so.
Cool. That's fine.
Yeah, we were all caught up in the drama.
You know, I was so shocked, and I'm like completely white, and just like I'm just being sweating, and I'm just like, I'm trying to like sign like what?
You're trying to say dithers?
No.
Get it out, man.
Lord Flamel. Oh, it's charades. 2 words of 3.
And just smack William. Be like, get yourself.
While you're doing that, can the bear come up behind you?
100%. 100%.
What happens to me happens to me. It's fine.
Oh my gosh, it's
Bear.
Bear.
Right behind you, Bear.
Exactly. And the bear catches scent of the rum-soaked raisins.
Oh no.
And begins barreling through the crowd.
A bear.
Can dithers fight the bear?
Dithers gonna do all.
Certainly.
With the cleaver?
Don't hurt him.
I will say that Lady Nora instructs Dithers to take care of the bear.
Oh, I take care of it all right.
Well, I'm going to say, in fact, you have underestimated the bond that Dithers has formed with Tuff over these years. Ever since Tuff stopped being a cute little cub, he has been the only one to care for this bear, never having a child of his own. He formed a very special connection to the bear. And for the one time in his life, he's going to have to deny you your request to kill this bear that he treats as his own child.
It's about time someone told her no.
Does he give it a bear hug?
There's nothing you can do with him. Just gotta let him have the raisins.
Yeah, let him eat cake.
Yes.
Everyone back up. Give him space.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess he could like hug. He like hugs the bear and just helps give it some of its favorite food because Tuff just means so much to him.
And Tuff is lovely. Tiny, on the other hand,
Oh no.
not so much. In the rush to evacuate the Flamel house from the growing menagerie of creatures that have invaded it, let's say a couple of candelabras are knocked over. So, so as the guests' carriages clatter away at top speed, some guests just taking to their heels and running off into the woods, not quite sure what's happening. The extended Flamel family is left on the lawn, watching as the gouts of flame begin to burst through the windows. Tuff is there, having been appeased by the cake. But we probably see a scene of Tiny running by, slightly on fire. Deep cut. How does the family come to peace in that final scene?
Melanie's gonna ask Lucy's new fiance if he has any, if I can join their family business.
I have 7 brothers.
That's fine, but also I still want to work.
Oh, it's easy enough.
Perfect. I'm gonna love. You said Germany?
Well, we kind of move around a bit. Paris.
Ooh, even better.
Monaco, Liechtenstein.
As long as I can stay within visiting distance of my dear sister.
Of course, of course.
Oh. I'll give Melanie
Melanie's
a
at peace.
kiss on the
Screw
cheek,
up.
and then I'll turn to Edward and is like, I knew there was something special about you. And kiss Edward on the cheek because we're watching a house burn and now's not the time to make out with people.
I don't know, it's firelight.
It is firelight. Maybe we'll do that once we're done.
No, I think it happens.
Okay, immediately, yes.
Yeah. Just macking out in front of everybody in the most inappropriate way. There's groping.
Well, we knew she wasn't thinking with her heart.
How does the book end for Eliza, William, Nora?
So I guess for Nora, like she'll look at Lord Flamel and just go, we've had our issues, but in light, this light, some things are more important, and it's time to put the family first again.
He will give you a hug. And then he'll look over at, we'll say that Lord Huffington and his family have also stayed, and he'll kind of give Huffington a wink, and Huffington will give him a wink. There definitely was a key party involved that led to the whole situation.
Of course.
What about William and Eliza?
I think that Eliza is not present with the family. And Warwick, I'd maybe like to offer you another token
Go for it.
with the final scene with Eliza being her hauling out documents and deeds and bonds, whatever monetary paper value that she could finagle after everybody left the house screaming, and going to Henry and just shaking his hand and saying, well, thank you. It was a pleasure doing business with you.
I fucking love it. I absolutely love it, yes.
She's been downstairs this whole time.
There you go. Eliza hops in a carriage with a carpet bag full of bonds.
Yep.
And that just leaves William.
Yeah, well, I'll confront Henry. What was that? What was that all about? That Eliza just gave you. I mean, what was the paperwork like? Like you said, bonds and stuff.
Yeah. Inheritance.
Inheritance.
Money, business contracts. Basically anything that you could use to make a start for yourself. And, slightly screw over the Flamel family, but they'll be fine.
I'll just make more pictures.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
have a
just make
new
more
business.
pictures. Yeah.
That is in the old trades.
We can talk about it later. Like, let's just get out of here. Let's get out of here, and we get out and stuff.
And ride off into the night.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Well, you came to cause trouble. And trouble certainly occurred. Excellent. Well, I think the camera pulls back on the family hugging or snogging furiously on the front lawn as the manor burns, lighting them all. But it's just a house. It can be rebuilt. And the demand for naughty pictures is quite strong in America. So who knows? The Flamel family's fortunes might return. Well done, everyone.
Woo.
I think everyone got what they... Well, not really. Several people didn't get anything that they wanted.
So work in progress.
Right. But you'll all have a story to tell next season, when you'll have a pocket full of scandal that you can share around in the drawing rooms of your aristocratic friends. Well, the Flamel family will definitely be. This event will 100% be considered to be the event of the season. People will be talking about it for years and years and years. So
I mean, really, it's hard to top this.
it's true. It's true.
Oh, I'm sure we could top this though.
Right. So well done. Hey, why don't we do a round of letting everyone know who you are, where they can see you next? Let's start with Misha this time.
All right, I'm Misha, or Misha_less_than 3 here on Twitch, or at Misha Weha on Twitter or Tumblr. You'll see me mostly here. Sometimes I hang out at the Justice TV program, like modding or whatever, but usually I'm here doing RPGs. And the next one is, surprise, surprise, more Teen Magic Academy, of which we've managed to cram in, I think, 4 more of them coming up. So nice. That will probably be in the next week or so, starting next week on the 20th.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Katie.
I'm Katie. I can be found at Juice's channel, or Tuff's channel, or here. I think we're still planning and scheduling, but the next one I have coming up is Cowboys and Cthulhu, which I'm really excited for. I've only been talking about it since the last one ended. Tuff knows. Several times I roll over and just go, babe.
Cowboys, Cthulhu.
I mean, what's not to love? But yeah, other than that, I'm just around, or not if I'm working, which has been all the time lately. So that's about it. I'll be here and on various channels.
Wonderful.
Take it, Ada.
Oh gosh. Well, hi, I'm assignment_Ada. You can catch me occasionally streaming on Twitch. My specialty is horror, so if you like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, or anything remotely similar to that, then feel free to come check me out. You can also find me on Juice's channel, just lurking in chat a lot of times. And then when something super quirky, fun, or amazing comes along, you can find me here on C+ as well. Take it away, Warwick.
Yeah, I'm Warwick. I stream on Warwick or sometimes Warwick Zero on socials. Variety of games, and if not there, doing stuff here. Not sleeping, just like 5:30 in the morning, and I don't regret a thing. I don't. Like, it's so fun. Like, I might be sleep deprived, but I'm having fun playing games, and that's all that matters. But also get sleep as well, people.
Well, thanks, Warwick, for staying up super late. And, you're welcome. I didn't wind up calling William Willywick, so...
Not yet, but hey, there's a new season.
There's always next time. And I am 98 Tough Love. You can find me over on Twitch, 98 Tough Love. I don't really do socials anywhere else, because Twitter went to hell, and I don't use anything else. I may be going to be streaming on Sunday, but we'll see how we feel after the weekend. So otherwise, I'm usually here, but I don't think I'm in anything scheduled yet. But there's been talks about bringing some things back, like Alien or...
Yes.
Alien. Yes.
Aliens.
Yes. Yes. It's in planning. Yes.
And, yep. That's it. We got what we wanted. Burning house and a flaming bear.
There you go.
Flaming bear.
Happy belated birthday. And raisins. It's perfect.
Yay.
Awesome. Cool. I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or Keeper, or actually technically in the Good Society system facilitator or narrator. This has been not actually Good Society, because that is a much more lovely structured game. It's fantastic. I encourage you to check it out. It's available on the Story Brewers website. Say that 5 times fast. But they are a little boutique games shop, and they make fantastic games. Very narrative. I recommend it. I own it, but it does not facilitate insanity and burning houses and class warfare and backbiting and sabotage quite to the extent that we were aiming for. So we did a few hacks, but definitely go check it out. And thank you very much, everyone, for playing. Good to see you again, Ada. Good to see you again, Warwick. And we will say goodbye now to our friends on YouTube, and then we'll come back and write out and all that kind of stuff. So goodbye, friends on YouTube.
Bye.
Bye, YouTube.